Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome back to Camelot Month 3. Your move. It's day 9. What lies beyond the beyond? Well, some stuff. It's going to be really cool. Hopefully, it depends on when he wakes up. But today we're going to be having the one and only Professor Palmer joining me here at Camelot Month. We're going to be in Discord and he's going to talk us through a few cool things in the game, a few interesting elements of this title and what it can do. So, first thing to note is that people may know about the whole vase thing. So there's a village coming up. We're going to do the first bit of this for... we're in Zalagoon. We're not going to get there just yet. We need to get to the next village for that. But yeah, there's these vases that you can get, and they're offensive vases. You use the vases to like cast elemental spells. But certain ones can be sold for a lot of money. But there's a way that you can manipulate that to make it always work in your favor. And been tested on the Japanese and English version, I believe. So it should work. But yeah, we'll have Palmer on hand to take us through that. And hopefully, if we can get far enough into the game, another big glitch. That's a really cool thing in this game and makes it quite exciting. But it's stuff to happen in the future. But I hope you guys are well. Let's go over to the Jobby Bosch, I think. Don't you think? Let's bring that game audio up. Ba-bam. But good morning, everybody. I hope everyone's well. Brahma, hello. Lefty, Larry, hello. Hope you guys are all having a good time. Jake, hello. PDU, thank you very much for the 22 months as well. Welcome back to the fighting class. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much indeed. Bare Feet Nath, good morning. Welcome back to the stream. Lotus Witch, hello. How's it going? Glowy, cheers for the good luck. And how's it going there? 100 hello. All the good luck coming out. PDU, Flare Cat as well. Cheers, guys. Much appreciated. Good morning, then, Nikakion. I hope you're good. Hope you're good. Okay, with that in mind, let's go over to this bad boy screen. Hello. Good morning. Hope you guys are well. Welcome to Kaleidoscopic Backgrounds. Good fun. So this morning, just quickly, randomly, it may be interesting to you. This morning, I had a conversation with the Motor Neurone Disease Association because they knew that I was doing this, but we hadn't had a chance to like properly have a talk. And yeah, this morning we had like a little hour chat about some things, and hopefully, yeah, just nice to have a little chat with them. Yeah, Steph and Helen were lovely. Kind of just talked about the event and. My history with the organisation and the cause and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, hopefully, I mean, no promises, but hopefully there might be a little bit of opportunity to work with them more directly as we move forward. But yeah, so again, thank you very much to anyone who has been throwing out support to the event, and to me, you are also supporting a wonderful charity. So thank you so much. Camelot Month 3 is good fun, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. We are up to the 6th game. Wow, I've completed 5. Jesus. The 6th game. That's actually nuts, isn't it? Yeah, it is pretty nuts. I've almost done half of the main schedule after the first week. I am getting good at these games. Okay, so we are with Johnny. And Johnny has been going for an hour and 41. The scarf does return. It's been less sunny recently, so I thought I'd just kind of warm up a little bit. Let's go. There's no time to muck around. Let's go. We were in Zalagoon, so this is the next place we needed to go. Edward is obviously the Prince of Marion, and after we got attacked and cast out from Marion, we were seeking shelter. So we're going to go speak to Edward's aunt, who is the Queen of Zalagoon, and hopefully she'll be able to support us and help us. There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to go on. Apparently we're going to be safe in Zalagoon, though. I didn't mean to jump in immediately, but we'll do that in a bit. I believe you need to actually hit the cutscene trigger up here first. Who claims to be Marion's Prince Edward? Sir Samson, it's me, Sir Piat. Remember? We fought against that troll a couple of years back. Yes, I remember you, Sir Piat. You fought bravely. How's it going there, Arky? Good morning. Good. Best background always? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Nuts. Never. Always visit the royal family. They won't ever do anything wrong. Just walk up and see the king. He definitely looks like a good guy, doesn't he, Sir Glade? Wow. You're the guys from Marion, right? I'd like to grab this bronze rod, please, for Annie. First of all, let's sell the extra bronze mail. Well, we can still judge books by its cover. He definitely is a pure soul. Agreed. How's it going there, Afro? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good old day. I'll probably give these two. Cool. Nice upgrades for everyone. Good weapon upgrades. Let's go. Because Annie's still a physical damage dealer right now. Right then, let's be good at the APS system once again. very good today. So far, no APS confirms. Johnny takes the herb. Samson is large. Yeah, he is. Even when cursed, he's still fairly large. Smoke bomb. Nice counter super. Nice counter super, dude. Trying to remember where I need to go with this game. This is an interesting dungeon. I think there's actually 2 entrances to this. Big guard. Cure level 1. Really? That was good, I thought. That'll do. And he hits hard, dude. Samson level up. Strength 4. Let's go, big boy Samson. Large guy. Yeah. As we were discussing yesterday, because we were talking about it a little bit, the kind of interesting thing with this game... Wow, that's a lot of time. Oh yeah, see, there's another entrance up there. The interesting thing with this game is that it has some cool systems to it. Really deep systems as well, but like they're just not very well explained. Okay, Samson's now faster than Johnny. Nice. Did you snap that copy up because it was too good to pass up, or did you miss the opportunity of a lifetime? Is that one more exit? One entrance, rather. I could have sworn there was one more. Shining Force 3 for 90. That sounds about right. Oh no, actually, it's in the bar, isn't it? Yeah, that's just to get to that item. It's water. It's empty. It's nice that there is just an immediate button to search in this, which is kind of cool, rather than having to open the menu every time. Based triangle button. Okay, let me have another look here, because I think one of those small things. I think every time I play this game, I have this issue with like trying to find the exact way through here because it's a little bit. Super crit. Super crit hit Samson hard there, though. Took 9 damage. Oh, he took 8 damage or so. Oh yeah, you just run up. Yeah. Flying mouse. Good. EXP. There it is. But yeah, Shining Force 3 for 90, pretty good. So yeah, I had a look over the notes that that Palmer had sent me, and the specific information about how this works, like particular techniques you can use for the APS to succeed, and also it's rather than holding a direction, you want to actually attack, like tap it as well. So tapping right and the face buttons is how we do our super crit, and then when the enemies are attacking, it's up and the mashing, and that's how you get perfect guard. Or a counter, but both work. But yeah, like basically when you're pressing up, you get your defensive ones, and The one that you get like the guard immediately is up there as well. But yeah, pressing up allows you to do the defensive maneuvers. And that's good to know. Good morning, Adam. Welcome back, dude. Oh my god, it's a zombie! You are correct. It is indeed Musashi, yeah. Sakuraba took over the composing with Camelot after a while. Stopped using Takenouchi. Yeah. The worst thing is when you get a super crit with him, because a super crit deals a lot of damage, and the damage that is dealt back to you is based on the amount of damage you deal. So when you do like a big old fucking hit, essentially he just takes more and more damage because of that. So you have to be somewhat careful. God. I love that attack, dude. VP, LP1, MP3, strength 2. I guess there's nothing really wrong about being predictable sometimes. Because people get used to it. It's a brand, right? You know it, Palmer. I'm just good, dude. Gotta get rid of that curse quickly. You really do. You need to. Oh yeah, Palmer. I super crit with Samson, and he took 8 damage back for hitting someone. He died for it. He went groggy. It was great. He didn't die, but he went groggy. That was really good. I didn't mean to super crit, but I did. Can you have you seen any APS activation on magic use? Just as an aside. Yeah. I try hitting some things, but you can never tell if you actually get anything because of the noise that magic makes when it starts up. Sir Bison. Prince Edward and friends. Yeah, I got the blue. I got the blue yesterday for the first time. I was kind of happy seeing that. It may seem like that's not doing anything when you heard the ting and nothing happened, but actually it mitigated damage. So I just took 1 damage. It was just a damage reduction. Kind of nice. Good level up. Good experience. Strength 4. Such a large character. So yeah, Samson does gain a lot of strength, as you can see. He's pretty buff. But, you know, part of his curse is that means that the more damage he deals, the more he deals to himself. So, a little bit tricky to deal with, but, you know. Part of the journey. Ugh, that's me. Hold it. Oh, crikey. Thank you. Whew. We are ready to meet you. Let's go, Glade. I want to. Oh, man. Stop right there. You are Prince Edward, right? Hi. I do. For sure, sire. His muscular body. Indeed, he is Marion's hero Samson. Oh, well. I meant what I... Your Majesty, we need you to send soldiers to Marion. It's obs, my guy. I don't know if we can spare enough soldiers to be of any help. Even though Bandor has occupied Marion, that doesn't mean all is lost. Bandor lost a lot of men in the invasion, and many of the townspeople are willing to fight. With aid from Zalagoon, we could free Marion of Bandor's rule. It's such a weird scenario. If you can prove your identity without a doubt, it's like two dudes are just like, yeah, that's him. Looks like him. Pretty sure it's him. Oh, hey, Glade's the worst. You hope we get to kill him? Well, have I got news for you? I'm not going to tell you what that news is, but, you know. How about you lift that pillar, oh mighty hero? Lift that pillar and you will prove that you are a guy. For a man as mighty as Sir Samson. Will you do it, Samson? Bloody hell. I am cursed. A witch named Ramu from Bandor cursed me, so I can't pick things up. Rather than be like, yeah. You look suspicious. Like, yeah, say that to them, Edward. Speak up. Bless him. That's still pretty good. Ha! I knew it. Go back to Marion and tell your emperor that Zalagoon will not be so easily conquered. I believe you. You are my brother's son. Then say something. Please? The man lifts a pillar weighing a ton and has 2 people vouch for him, and somehow this Jafar dingus gets the needles in the game. Yeah. Jafar looking ass. What are you doing? That is true. That is true. The game would have just been there. We would have immediately taken back Marion, defeated all the baddies, and saved the world. Bosh. We did it! Heroes. But because of that nonsense, we have a video game. And I'm glad we have a video game. I know that Palmer's not, but I am. Bollocks. Come on, video game, you can do this. The kobold had a horb. A horb. Camelot are amazing, Jack. It's really good to hear that people are enjoying it. But yeah, Camelot are a fantastic company. And I know that loads of people are like, but Beyond the Beyond's really bad! They're wrong. It's not a bad game. It's just a flawed game. He fast. He runs away! Yeah. Come back. Is a horb a spherical herb? Yes. Yeah, it's not a great game. It's definitely not a great game, but it's not a bad game. How's it going, Shift? I guess she's not awake. VP +1. Where's my VP at? That was a bad level up. I was shocked. So shocked when Sir Samson couldn't lift the pillar. Yeah, we won't send our troops to Marion unless you can lift that pillar. So if you can lift it, then we know, then we'll send it. Like, that is the clarion call right there. He lifted the pillar to war. What's that about? It's so silly. It's so silly. My poor dear Samson. Yeah, I mean, the VODs are available, Gemini. All of my VODs for all of the streams are available on my YouTube. Let me just quickly send a message. Sorry, I'm going to send a message to Mr. Moon. At Moon is she slept. She slept. He'll know what that means. Yeah. It's just I really should have my YouTube like available for people to see. It's just Bowie Alexander on YouTube. All the VODs are there. There they are. If you're watching it on YouTube, then you're already watching this. Because again, I'm uploading my VODs as soon as I finish the stream, so getting it out there. I was really annoyed because day 7, I uploaded day 5, 6, and 7 at the same time, but 7 uploaded faster. So, yeah, it sucks. This bean shall save the kingdom and its people. Cheers. Just because I know that some people can't catch it live because of when I stream. So we're going to use this bean to climb. At the top of the tower, we're going to plant this bean that's going to create a chute into the sky. And, yeah. That's cool. Thanks, mate. It's very kind of you, Gemini. Make sure you come back here. The magic bean. Yeah. At least we've got speed and defense. That's good. Only one encounter on that entire screen. The encounter rate is fairly high, but it's not that high, is it? Is it? Is it, Palmer? It's not high. Don't be a silly. It's about right. You do this immediate town next, don't you? Like straight away. Not town. The tower. You go straight into the tower, like, the first thing you do. Oh, that one. Okay, yeah. I know which one you mean. How's it going there, Ferret? So yeah, Palmer is going to be joining me momentarily. Also, do you bother getting taunt? Do you go to that village first before you do anything? I actually can't remember the route. I need to have a look at it properly. In full. Yeah, because like taunt is a side thing, so he's slower now. Yeah, I guess you've already done like the majority of your kind of like early fighting by this point. Jesus, it's a long shift. Yeah, we had a pretty good puzzle today. It's fun. It was fun watching Palmer do that puzzle as well. It's because like it has like certain logics to it, and it's just knowing how to break those logics. It's because like I've done them for a while, kind of thing, so I can kind of see those like the basic patterns that you can like abuse to get out of the issue that you have. But yeah, there's ways that you can kind of like build up by like finding a piece or two pieces, putting them together, and then creating cycles. Big crit! And then yeah, basically be able to move it so you can bring the next one in, and then creating the line, and then yeah, pushing them all together in like a circle. It's one of those things. You either see the pattern or you don't. It's just a thing. Fire 2, hell yeah. It's not a bad thing if you struggle with them. It's just you have a different approach to the visual cues. That's about it. Check out the experience, dude. I'm getting so much. Currently, Luna Boot is down, so that sucks. Can pick up the extra items I haven't grabbed yet. Ooh, dang. How's it going there, Moon? No worries. Take your time, buddy. Don't stress yourself out about it. Do what you need to do. Moon is my ideal darling. There you go. Oh, fair enough. Herbs, healing potions, mage's potions. Now these are really important. So are the guiding branches. Guiding branches basically take you out of a dungeon. So having one of those is really nice. And I'm just off a mage's potion. Mage's potion restores your MP. So for longer skirmishes through longer dungeons, being able to utilize as much magic as possible is super nice. Falame card. Smoke bomb. Good ale inside. Again, it's very interesting how this is like the Tower of Arawn, and Araunt is the name of the of one of the bosses in Shining Force 3. It's kind of cool. There's name similarities as well. Probably absolutely not linked at all, but just I liked it. It's like, oh, Araunt, Arawn. Yeah, it's good music. I have not heard of the cycle of Arawn. So, I can go and do this tower now. It's not ideal to go and do it now. From what I remember. I'm pretty sure you can do it now. I think it's up here. Oh yeah, you're definitely not meant to do it now. You're meant to go down to the southwest and then do that whole section down there. Definitely meant to do that first. But it's always fun just to see exactly how bad a fight is. I'm not going to clear it now, just because you do have to do it later. But just to get me ready for the speedrun, right? Because I mean, I did like a very bare bones route of this game super early on, and it's a flying mouse. But again, like you'd be like what, level 4, 5 in here, not level 8, 9. I kind of want to get a ting. Okay. I'm just that good. Just that good. Shouldn't really be attacking with Edward, in all honesty. He's not adding much to the party. Good morning, Moogle. How are you? Samson is large. Also, thank you very much, Moon, for resetting her, by the way, just in case I didn't say earlier. Oh hell yeah, this is it. This is the bullshit. This is a fun dungeon. Woo! No worries. Oh god. Hell yeah! These guys hit hard. This is why you don't want to be in here just yet. It's okay. We'll come back in here when we have a bit more stats going for us. But until then, it's good. But yeah, you need to go down to the bottom of that to raise the platform here, so you can like plant the seed and then climb up to the bit above. Okay, I'm going to make my way down to the southwest village, which is where the vases are, and then I will invite my good boy, Mr. Professor Palmer. Sir Professor Palmer, Esquire. Yeah. OBE. Order of the British Empire. Oh, you're faster than me. Shit. Okay. APS is right, yeah. Active Playing System. That's what it stands for. Wow. We did so... we did no damage. I like how strong Annie is in the beginning of the game. Actually a useful physical fighter. You may recognize this and when I was playing Shining Force Alternate. Remember I was saying that certain characters or certain sprites were taken from Beyond the Beyond? Acadius, which is like the final boss, that's his name, you don't know what he looks like, was actually in Shining Force Alternate as well. So it's kind of cool to see those developers use these sprites. Super critical. Strength 3. 1. What a crap character, dude. 1 strength? Yes, indeed, Brahma. Yes. It's the final boss of this game. Yo, Camper, thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciate. How's it going? Aggressive. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone from Camper's stream. The name's Bowie. Welcome to Camelot Month 3, a playthrough of a month dedicated to Camelot Software Planning's JRPG releases. All the way from Shining in the Darkness back in 1991, all the way up until Golden Sun Dark Dawn in 2010. We're currently on Beyond the Beyond. It released in 1995. It is one of the earliest RPGs on the original PlayStation. Samson is cursed, yeah. It is a very interesting game. It is by no means one of the greatest games that I've ever played, but it is a very interesting game and very good game for many reasons. It's got a very cool system to it, but unfortunately, it is epically unexplained, just unexplained, and not very clear in how it operates. Whenever you hear that little ting. Not there, but yeah, you'll hear it sometimes. There. That little like ting sound, that means that I have succeeded in activating the combat system in this game. It uses a system called the APS, the Active Playing System, where you have to hit certain directions on the D-pad and certain buttons and certain amount of inputs on the face buttons within the little space of time of the crystal bouncing on the person who's getting their go's head. So when the blue one's bouncing on your head, you have to press like tap left or right whilst also tapping the face buttons. And if you get the pattern and the rhythm and the timing right, you'll get the little ting, and you'll get like either critical hits, double attacks, double crits. And when the enemy's doing it, you can either counterattack them or guard the damage outright. This is integral to winning and succeeding at this game because it has a fairly high encounter rate. But if you can succeed in that, it mitigates all the issue with the higher encounter rate and the tough enemies because you can succeed. But there's no explanation in-game or in the manual or pretty much anywhere online that has the details of that really, really clear until now. After 25 years, the Japanese community and Professor Palmer as well from the Western community have been looking into it and have figured out more elements of the APS system and how it works in actuality. And figured out a lot of interesting stuff about it. So now we know a lot more. And we know at least what we're trying to achieve. Which makes the battle system very good. And if there's a way to help people understand how this game works and play it properly, I feel like people would enjoy it a lot more. But yeah, this is the village in question. I'm just going to take a very, very short break. I'm just going to quickly pop to the loo and then invite to the chat Mr. Professor Palmer, because one of the incentives of this game was to teach you guys and showcase to you, first of all, the vases and how good they are, but also the vase manipulation. So I don't know anything about it. I haven't looked into it. Palmer's going to talk me through it, and we're going to do it live on stream now. So let me just head up to where this is the big shop here. Where's the inn? I mean the church. Where's the church? Where is the church? Is it here? It is there. Okay, let me just take one moment, one very, very short moment, just to set myself up. So, as I said, I'm going to pop to the loo and then I'm going to get Palmer in here. So I'll be back in a mo. Don't go anywhere, and yeah, I'll be like a minute or so, and then we'll come back and we'll showcase this very, very good and important manipulation. Don't go anywhere. Cheers. Welcome back, guys. We are back. I say I'm back. I have contacted Palmer, ringing him now, and hopefully he'll be able to join us. Apparently I need access to a sheet here, which I need to do, which is going to help me out a little bit too. But yeah, this is a very interesting part of the game. I do know about the vases, and they're a really cool thing. Basically, in this shop here, we'll go through this in full detail when Palmer's here. But in this shop here, there are these two guys, and you can basically, well, this one guy sells them, and this guy does them. So you can basically buy vases for 200 gold, and then if you get a good one, I mean, I've made a save, so I'm gonna do this just so you can see. I've got a good one here. I don't know. Then I can sell a mystic vase, and it'll either be a crappy vase that's only worth 100G, like that. So I'll buy like a bunch, right? So I bought some vases. How's it going, dude? So yeah, I bought some vases here, and as you can see, these ones are crappy, and they sell for literally nothing. But if I get lucky, I didn't get any. I got bodied. I'm just showing them the beginning of this, and then yeah, you get mystic vases. Sometimes you get good vases, and those good vases sell for a lot more money than 100G. So that's the idea. So hello, Palmer. Oh, he's gone. He's muted himself. I have. I've reset my console now. Introduce yourself. You can't hear Palmer. 1 second. Sorry, they can't hear you for some reason. Oh, there it is. There we go. Say hello now.
Hey everybody, what's going on?
There we go. Yes, you're definitely hearable now. I can see that. Yeah. You're audible now. Hearable. It's not a word.
All right. So yeah, my name is Professor Palmer, and here to talk some dank Beyond the Beyond with my boy. Pleasure to be here. Hopefully your days are all going well. I got some coffee in hand, ready to rock. But wait, I did send you a spreadsheet.
Yes, I tried to access it, but I have access denied, so I need to request access.
Oh, you can even it'll be easier if you just make a copy of it. Like go to File, and make a copy. And it'll just open up an editable one for you.
Voice audio is low, even though he's louder than the game audio, but that's okay.
I can.
No, I can turn. I've turned you up on my end. Don't worry.
All right, cool. I'll talk closer to this mic, or maybe just talk a little louder. Either way. But yeah,
I think I can't copy it without. I can't access it. I can't even see it. It just says.
Oh, you can't
access.
even see it.
Yeah, it's access denied. Yeah,
Oh,
I sent a request access.
Yeah.
An access request. Whilst everyone's enjoying the kaleidoscopic background of the intro screen.
Right. Yeah, there you go. I did it. I'll show you.
Thank you very much. Oh, okay, cool. That's in Japanese, and I don't understand that.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll. Yeah, if you actually Togetune made this. If you go to that second tab there at the bottom. It's got all of the translations, so that when we were talking back and forth, we could, just say very simple things and resort to the sheet. But
Sure.
yeah, so this once you make a copy of it, you'll be able to edit it, and we'll count your inventory as soon as we start, and we'll put that in this red box up here, and the spreadsheet will adjust itself.
Okay, so this is going to be quite intense, I assume.
Yeah, it's super a lot of counting, that's for sure.
Okay, so I should definitely make a copy then. Make a copy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, copy
Or,
made.
I mean, I could do it on my end and just tell you, but it's up to you.
I mean, I've made a copy now then, so I can't edit that. Okay, cool. Excellent. Right, so you said in the red box we're talking about.
Yeah, that's where you'll put what your available inventory. So you don't know how much you have until we count it, but
Okay.
it's so the actual manipulation will change based on how much available space you have, and the reason for that is just the way that the RNG moves when you're talking about this guy.
Okay.
Dang, you're level 10. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So first of all, what I'll do is then I'll load this up. Again, reminder, guys. What we're trying to do is basically get the manipulation going so that we get the good vases from this guy.
Yeah. I think that on average, I would get about 10 vases in a 20-minute period of time. And with this RNG manipulation, you should be able to get 32 in about a little under 10 minutes.
Pretty good.
Okay, so you have...
I have 3 on Johnny, 4 on Annie, 7, a lot more on Samson, and okay, so
They
3.
have 12 total. So, oh wait, so you have 11 on Samson, and go to Edward.
Is that 11?
Yeah, because that's 11, and then you
One
have
second.
you have 10 on Edward, so
4,
21
5, 6.
plus, so 28.
Well, no, because there's 16 slots in total, right?
12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah.
So 16 in total. So there's 3, 7 there. They've all got 5, so that's 11. And then yeah, so a 10, 11, 21, 28.
Alright, so in that red box, you're going to hit 28, and then make sure you hit enter so that that spreadsheet automatically adjusts itself. And you should see the top one say zeros,
Yep.
and the next one say 53.
53, 1, 2. Yeah.
Yep, alright, cool. So you're ready to rock.
Okay.
So now what's going to happen is, the way that first for the people who are watching, I'll explain how the RNG works. When you talk to this guy here, he has basically a queue. Imagine it like a line, and on that line there are regular vases, vases and herbs, and elemental vases. Now, every time you get one, it moves that line a little bit further. So when you get a vase, it moves you 2 spaces, or a regular vase. When you get a vase and an herb, it moves you 2 spaces. When you get an elemental vase, it moves you 3 spaces. Whenever you talk to the guy with a full inventory and attempt to purchase something, it only moves 1 space, even though you don't receive anything in your inventory because it's full. So what we do is we talk to him a certain amount of times and basically line up the RNG exactly where we want it with a full inventory. Then we drop something so that the next time we talk to him, that purchase is a guaranteed elemental vase. That way we're not picking up all the fluff, and we can guarantee exactly where we're going to be, in that line 100% of the time. So we know that every single thing that we actually purchase, because we'll be dropping a piece of something from our inventory, we know that we're only going to be buying elemental vases. So it's a neat trick. It's definitely complex when you look at it. It's intimidating, but once you get the hang of it, the biggest thing is just counting. Sometimes it's easy to lose count, especially because Bowie can see here. There's a bunch of different numbers. Some of them are quite high. So what you'll do here, Bowie, is the first column is how many times you're going to talk to the guy. Well, how much money do you have, by the way?
I have 1,000, so I can buy 5.
Okay, that's quite low.
Yeah, I bought a lot of stuff, so it's okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you can still work around that. You just have to sell earlier, right?
Yeah, and I guess you would just have to sell to the guy above you. It shouldn't mess with the RNG whatsoever, I hope.
We're gonna find out.
But yeah, so I mean,
how much money would you have if you were here? I guess.
I would have quite a bit, just because the Japanese route we have a money glitch that allows us to have infinite dollars. So I usually run in here with 30 grand, but I also don't use very much of it,
Yeah. So.
So I don't know how much is actually necessary, but what we can do is you can purchase them and then sell them to the guy above you. I don't believe you'll get a vase in the first 5. I can actually look. I have a document that shows you exactly where all the bases are and whatnot. But yeah, I would go ahead and give it a try.
Okay.
And
So
anyways, back to this thing here. So you're gonna talk to him 53 times.
what I'm going to quickly do, actually, I'm just going to link the people so they can see what the spreadsheet I'm looking at is, if they're interested in seeing it.
Yeah. Here, I could actually link. So get to this version.
Anyone with the link?
Oh yeah. As long as you adjust it, because I totally forgot.
Can view. As long as they're there. So people with the link can view it. So you guys can basically see what I'm looking at, and you can make your way through it. So there you go. This is a spreadsheet I'm looking at. This is a copy made from Oto Gatuni's information. So the column in. So I have 28 spaces free. I pop that in. On the left-hand side, you said then that is the amount of times that I'm going to talk to the person. So I'm going to speak to him 53 times.
Yep. You're gonna attempt because you won't have enough money to purchase the amount that's needed to fill your inventory. What we might want to do is, no, because then you would have to buy a bunch of herbs. I'm trying to think of a way that if you could just make it to where you only had like one inventory space.
Mm-hmm. I can do that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Where's the actual shop? There's the actual shop.
It's gonna be to the left of the church.
Okay. I just asked.
Because that way you know you're only buying vases. You know?
Sure. Cool. I can do that. So I thought. So what you would do then, if you were doing this at 28 with infinite money, you would just fill your inventory with crap, with anything.
Well, no, I would talk to him with 53 times, but I would have enough money to purchase 28, to fill up my inventory until I was full.
Okay, and then
vases or whatever.
And then you'd speak to him a further 25 times afterwards.
Yeah, so exact. So 53 times I would talk to him, and then the middle column, I would throw away one, and then the third column you can ignore. That's just how many vases you'll have after you're done. So then I would talk to him 53 times, throw away one thing from my inventory, talk to him 4 times, throw away one thing from my inventory, talk to him 9 times, throw away one item. You know what I mean? And,
right.
You'll see down here that you talk to him 11 times, you throw away 9 items. When I do that, I usually sell them to the guy right above.
There's not an item shop in here. There's only a weapon shop. Oh no, it's there. Press right. Okay, so what I should do now is I should
buy 28 of those, or 27, I guess.
Okay, 27.
Because that way, what we can do is guarantee that the first base is, or that the only thing we're purchasing are bases.
Okay.
And then I don't know. Do you plan to sell them?
Yeah. I mean,
for money.
I mean, in the English version, I'd sell them and then get as many as I can. It would be a longer manipulation because I'd have to take longer.
Well, actually, that's why this spreadsheet is nice. So we used to actually only go down. Like if you go down a bit, you'll see where it says 11 and 5. Oh, so to line 33, we would only go that far.
Sure.
But obviously it continues all the way to 76 just for if you wanted to do it extra long. So it's also nice because if you come back later on because you want either money or vases, you can just reset your console, start it right back at the top, and go about your business.
So I'm gonna buy up till So that everyone's now got a full inventory apart from Johnny with 1 space. Oh, Finn with 1 space.
So make sure you adjust the number back to 1 in that red box now.
Okay.
And you should get 15 on the first line.
Yes, 15, 1, 1, 63, 1.
Yep.
So the RNG does not advance when I'm doing all this stuff. It's only with him, right?
I believe so. So what we can do is I would save right quick.
Yeah. And then do you want me to reset console again?
I mean, yeah, you can if you want. Just be safe. I'm not sure if adjusting of inventory moves anything.
Oh yeah, we'll be safe just in case.
So what you can do though is you can talk to him the 15 times. And instead of throwing an item away, you can sell your vase. To give yourself that 1 inventory slot. That way you'll earn money. You get what I'm saying? That way you'll earn the money you need to spend
Yes.
slowly as we do this.
Yes.
So you talk to him 15 times, you'll receive that third one, or that third number is how many you'll have in your inventory after that.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll actually, so what the way that it works is you'll talk to him 15 times, you'll drop an item, talk to him one more time, and you'll get that. But that one more time, remember, will contribute to that 63.
So
basically,
so I'll do the 15. Then the 16th time, I'll do the talk and do the buy, and that will count towards the 63 for the next one.
Exactly.
Right.
So when 15, throw an item away or sell an item to the guy above, whatever is easiest for you. Next time you talk to him, he'll get a vase, and then you do it the 62 more times.
Okay, so let me just go through this quickly. So
no worries.
the 15 conversations I have are not buying anything. It's just talk, cancel.
No, you are attempting to buy. So the way that it works is you talk to him and you mash yes to buy.
Yep.
And he'll say, sorry, you don't have any money. So you do that 15 times or whatever.
You don't have any money, or you don't have any.
Or you don't have any inventory space,
So the first time,
sorry.
though, I will buy something because I have a space.
Exactly.
Okay, so yes, we're gonna buy something. Thank you. And now that's 1.
Yep, that's 1.
2.
Now you 2, and you count to 15.
3. Wait a second. He's still. What? Apparently I didn't. Okay, I have space. Apparently, I saved. Apparently I didn't save there.
It's all good.
I thought I did. Okay, let's do that again. How long? No. When I saved my file, I thought I saved, but apparently I didn't. Odd. Happy Tuesday there, Heifers. How long was his research for then, Palmer?
So actually, there was a guy who doesn't even like the game. His name is Secondary Exits.
I thought you were going to say his name is Professor Palmer.
No, I'm not that clever. It's too early to be that clever. There's a guy named Secondary Exits on Twitter, and his name is Phantom Devil on Twitch. But he is somebody who disassembles games for fun. So Atogatu reached out to him, and he basically hex edited, pulled the game apart down to its code kind of thing. And he found the Vision Jewel skip. He found there's a skip in Barbaros. He found tons of stuff. And he basically, what he did was he got the RNG and laid it into a line where you could, physically, or, you could see it and be like, oh, okay, I see where I need to end up in this line. And then the Togetsun put it to a spreadsheet so that it's data we can keep track of and do a little bit more easily. But it took, they worked on the game as far as disassembling it for about 3 weeks. How much of that was actually this RNG manip specifically, I don't know. I just know that Secondary Exits took about 3 weeks while he figured out all the different things that he kept finding. And this itself is actually changed a few different times. We used to do it differently. We used to think that you could only do it with a certain amount of inventory. But once we realized that you just have to adjust the numbers, because we were always doing it with 18 inventory spaces.
Right.
Yeah, so that's how I was doing it that way, just because I couldn't understand. Now keep in mind, Secondary Exits and Togetsu are both Japanese, so the barrier of language was very difficult for me to it was very difficult for me to really draw meaningful information. But yeah, Togetsu and Secondary Exits really came out clear. And when he made this spreadsheet as purely out of the goodness of his heart, this interactable one to make it extremely easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been watching and keeping an eye on Palmer and what he's been doing with that community over the course of it all, and it's kind of the efforts that both of them go to communicate has been really, really, really lovely for a game like this that no one knows about and no one sees. It's kind of great. But yeah, honestly, like there's so much about this stuff. Like the APS system was all done by those guys as well. We're working together. It's how we know, like, because a lot of this stuff I had seen. I had never seen the blue jump before, but like the super crits and all that kind of stuff I'd seen, but I had no idea how I did it or why. I was just mashing blindly. And then Palmer just like lists this stuff saying, so the Japanese told me this, and I was like, oh, like, how do you figure that out? How, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, it's part of it, and it's really good. So, okay, I have saved this time. It's saved. I have one inventory slot. So I'm going to speak to him one time. I'm going to say yes. It's going to fill the inventory slot. Then the next 14 times are going to be, you haven't got enough space.
Yeah, basically. You'll continue to say yes, and that confirmation of yes is what moves the RNG, as opposed to just the conversation itself.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I should now drop something.
So either drop or sell it to that guy above you.
Well, I got a Fire Drake vase for the first one.
Yeah, I would go ahead and yeah, you should. That's what that one means. So yeah, I would go ahead and sell it to old boy there. So that way it funds basically the next.
Yeah,
few.
Yeah, so you can see it's 5,000 gold. So that's like what, 25 purchases. But we're full inventory anyways, so we'll continue to only purchase in 200 gold increments, I think is. Yeah. So that's kind of cool. So that's my 15, and that's what we're gonna sell. So now, the next one I'm gonna purchase should be. I'm gonna say yes. This is one out of 63.
Yep. So that's number 1.
Which should be, if I check, it's only a mystic vase. That one's a mystic vase.
Oh, okay. Well, try it and keep going. We'll see whether or not, because you got that one already.
Yeah.
It's likely that's the one that it's talking about here in this thing.
Sure.
So do 62 more times, throw one away, and we'll see if we nailed it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. 1, 2. So now sell this one that I have.
It's 63.
Yeah, but that was including the one that I already did before, so it was 62 more after that one.
Okay, yeah. So go ahead and wait a second. You did
15.
You did one. Oh yeah, that's right.
Did 15. Then I did the one that added that was taken away from the 63.
Try to purchase one real quick, and we should get a vase.
Mystic vase.
Okay.
Did I might have miscounted one though. However,
it's all good. I have an idea that I didn't think about.
I'll reset just to make sure.
What we can do in this version, since we know that the first purchase is going to be a vase, we can just save, talk to him, purchase one Fire Drake vase, reset, sell it, save, reset the RNG with a console reset, talk to him again, fire vase, sell it, You get what I'm saying? You'd only ever have to talk to him once if you're just doing it purely for money.
That's true. Then I can get the money I need.
Yeah,
And then...
I mean, you get... You do that, what, 40 times or whatever if you really needed to, and you could be... Well, no, not even that much. I'm very bad at math. I was schooled in America.
That's fine. I think I want to just try this to make sure, because like I think I miscounted. I feel like I miscounted something. Yeah, it would be.
It's possible. It's also possible that the RNG moves. I'm pulling it up right here, just because of the difference of the two versions.
Yeah.
But regardless, for money's sake, that's still a viable option.
Yeah. So the first one that I buy is tornado vase. So yeah, that worked. The fire, they're all worth different amounts, aren't they, as well?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I think fire is actually worth the second least.
So just confirm
really
here.
You're selling it to an actual like person.
So I just wanted to confirm something. So the first chat I do, I'm getting an item. That is the default 0 position for console resets. You can always get one when you console reset. But if I was to use this method, does that first conversation, so the first of 15, does that count? So I don't sell it. Basically, I shouldn't sell just yet. Should I? Because the first one, I've already bought it.
If you want to contribute, yeah, no, I wouldn't. Otherwise, it would move it 2 spaces.
Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And now sell that one.
You can sell that one, or you can sell something else. You know, that way you know you still... Yeah.
For me,
you have another 200 to be able to purchase the next one.
Yeah. For me, I'm doing it for the money, so that would be how I'm doing it right now. So that's 15. So this one here should be... So when it says 1 and 1, so the grey one on the far right is how many I buy?
The one on the far right is how many you should have received amongst that 15 and 1, which is you should have 1 in your inventory, which is the one we just sold. You should have gained 1, basically.
Yes.
You know what I mean? 1 elemental phase.
Okay.
So after you do the 63 one, you should gain another 1.
So yeah, I'm going to check that now just to make sure. A wind vase, yeah, there you go. 15, so that's 2.
Okay, perfect. That means
so then,
we're on it.
So then I'm going to do that. That's 1. So let's count to 63 from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 20. $30. $40. $50. $60. 1, 2, 3. So sell this one now.
Sell that one, yep. That'll be your 1 disposed of from that second column.
The wind is worth 7.5, by the way, so that's good.
Yes, that's a 15,000.
And then
you sell things for half their value, and then you should talk to him in the next, and I'll contribute to that 4. So 1, you check your inventory, you should have a vase.
I do.
There you go, buddy. The RNG, you're on it.
2, 3, 4. And then sell that one.
Sell that one. And then we'll do
9.
9, exactly. And then you can check, just to be safe, you can check after the first one of whatever that next number is. So
there it is.
you can,
Fire Drake bars. That's 1 and 9. So
my man, that is the RNG manipulation. You're killing it.
and it also confirms that it works on both the Japanese and the English version. So
Exactly.
with this
I
formula,
did test it, and I was a little bit sweating because I was like, what did I do differently? But I think you just counted 1 extra on the
yeah,
first 15.
yeah, I did, yeah. So yeah, basically what we're doing is we're advancing the RNG a certain amount to always get the good vases, and they sell for a different amount based on which one they are. This is a good way of getting money, but also these items are really powerful spells. So when you use them as weapons, they deal a massive amount of damage. In the Japanese version, you can do a money glitch to just go straight to collect the amount of vases you need to complete the game. But in an English playthrough, because you haven't got the money glitch, I don't think, you can do this to make a shit ton of money. Like, I already have 17,000. But if I was to go for like 40k or 50k, you can then get 30 of these things using this manipulation. And yeah, then you can use this to like deal big damage and have a really, really comfy playthrough.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, you can... And the beautiful thing is, like Bowie mentioned, if you go and you save and you start over, you start right back at the top. And, you know, you can do this as many times as you'd like throughout the entirety of the game. Especially once you get fast travel and things like that later on. It's very easy to come here and be like, you know what, I think I need 6 vases. Let me see how many on the spreadsheet I need to do. I do 6 lines of it, and boom, you got some vases. So in the English playthrough, just like Bowie mentioned, there's no money glitch. The way that it works is you sell a ring in your inventory, and it stays equipped to you, and you just sell it infinitely. In this version, that's been patched out. So this is pretty much going to be the bread and butter of profiting. So yeah, it is a super, super nice trick. Again, you can sit here if you're just winging it. If you got tons of empty inventory space and you just buy a bunch of them, you could be here 20 minutes and you get, I think I averaged 10 or 11 vases. With this manipulation, you can get 32 in like 10 minutes. So yeah, it's super nice to have something consistent in a game that is just punishing, you know.
Now there are times when, in terms of the spreadsheet, it's how many times you talk to him on the left in the yellow. The central column is how many things you're getting rid of, and then the next column is how many you should get. So
yeah, I might end up. I'll make an English version of this just because, you know, it's pretty easy to do, and then I'll send it to you if you want to reshare it for all your peeps watching. If you guys want to try it at home.
Yeah, if you do indeed own this game, want to give it a go. I'm interested in saying, so like, when it goes red, that means you have to drop multiple or sell multiple items in a row.
It's just trying to make you. It's red so that you don't get stuck, you know, and you accidentally might not be paying attention and you only drop 1. So the only reason it's red is just because it's like, hey, sell 9 things. Make sure you remember. But yeah, you are correct. That 9 means that you do have to clear 9 inventory spaces. Now, if you were just doing it purely for money, I guess this is still faster than save resetting, you know, every single time you buy 1. But you could realistically do 15, 63, 4, and 9, save, reset, 15, 63, 4, and 9, you know what I mean? And to get 4 at a time, or 5 at a time, or whatever. If you wanted to do, if you're talking purely speed strats. Now, if you guys are playing casually, you know, I invite you to do as much of this as you'd like. But yeah, to Bowie's point, make sure that you know, do purchases. And even people all the time, they come into my stream and they're like, dude, do you know your inventory's full? He's not selling you anything. I'm like, yeah, I know, thank you.
So that was 34, and there should be another one. Oh, that's right, yeah. It's kind of cool when it works. You're like, oh, that's pretty sweet.
Oh man, it is one of the most amazing feelings because one thing, chat, I don't know. I mean, if you played the game, you probably know, but in this game, the way that it works is anytime you sell something to a merchant, you can then purchase that item back at full cost from any merchant in the game that sells items, and you can purchase back the amount that you've sold, right? So if you, what Bowie's doing here, selling these Fire Drake, all these vases, later on, if he has the money, he can then purchase those same vases back, and it almost works as like a secondary inventory. So that's really handy. So, you know, you could get up to as much money as you want right here doing this, and still have access to those later on. You just have to pay for them. So it gets double value that way, especially in this English version where money is a little bit, you know, it's nice to be able to get both. But yeah, man, I don't know. When the first time the manipulation worked for me and I was testing it out, I about cried. I stood up and I was like, oh my god, it's real. It's real. The Japanese, they did it. God bless them.
Yeah. It's a really nice thing as well, because I think whenever I've played this game, I've done the whole thing of like, I will spend like $2,000 and just hope that one of them's a Fire Drake, and then it's like lottery and like Mystical Ninja, for example. You're going up and down, but being able to find a way to like consistently make progress with this is like super helpful. And obviously, like some.
Funny.
Go ahead, sorry.
Looking at it from a casual standpoint, I never even really thought about that. Most casual players, they're gonna be like, I'll spend 1,000 and see what happens, right? This NPC is, you know, I gotta imagine when they made the game, this NPC was nothing more than like a fun little thing you could do. I don't think it was ever intended by, you know, then when they released it to be like, this is gonna be your bread and butter making money, you know what I mean? So it is funny to think of like how as a kid I would have been like, I just bought 5 and I only got one thing. I don't know, man. It's probably, or if I saw that I got something and sold it for a lot, I'm gonna sat there for hours and been like, oh man, I know he's got some good stuff in here.
Yeah. That's 27. I'm gonna keep pushing it down the line so we can get a bunch of money, because like I've now got 32k.
Your ability to count while I talk is actually unparalleled. I didn't know you were still counting. I get so nervous when I'm doing it in the middle of a run, because like if you miscount a single number, you know, everything is lost. You got to start over, because you have, unless you know what you screwed up. Like if I know I counted 1 extra, I know where that RNG is and I can correct it on the next one.
Yeah.
But if you're like, oh dude, I'm like 3 off, then good luck. You're never getting back on track.
Is Palmer still really low? I mean, I can. There we go. He's just incredibly loud in my ears, so I don't know why it's not loud for you guys.
Is your desktop audio on OBS low?
I have a separate audio for Discord.
Yeah, you're a better man than I.
Yeah, don't worry. I try to separate my audio sources as much as possible.
I'm so lazy, and when people need me to restream marathons, I'm like, listen, guys, I got some bad news.
Yeah. Also, I should note that this guy in particular, the person you're selling to here, sells it for a different value as well. I think he sells those vases for even more than they're meant to. Like he's meant to. Have we turned this game into a shopkeeper simulator? Kind of. So again, the way that it kind of like feels like if you're looking at it again is that the spreadsheet has a list of like how many times you have to speak to the guy to advance the RNG in a certain way, and then setting ourselves up. So you'll get one item, then you'll keep talking to him even though you have a full inventory, and waiting for the moment that you can then purchase the one you want. So I've done down to 2, so this time if I speak to him, I spoke to him 1 time to get the item. 19 more conversations, I can then get ready to sell. 9 items, I think. That's it's you do it after the 11, so it's in order. You do the chats, then you do the drops, then you do the and then you get the reward. So I'll do 20, I'll sell, I'll get my reward in the next 11, and then get rid of 9, get my reward. So basically how it goes.
Yeah, and because what we're doing is we're basically guaranteeing by talking to him a certain, in layman's terms, by talking to him a certain amount of times, we guarantee that the next thing we actually pay for is gonna be one of those valuable vases. So when you talk to him 15 times and you throw something away, we know that the 16th time, which is number 1 of the 63 in the next line, is gonna be a vase. And yeah, that way we know we throw away something right before we know the next thing he's gonna sell us is an elemental vase. We get what we need, we move down the line, and you can either fill up your inventory with vases to use, or like Bowie mentioned, you can sell them. Again, if you sell them, you can then purchase them back at full price later on. So it's this really opens the game up to a level of comfort and quality of life, even for a casual player if you're willing to do the work. And I'm translating it all to English right now, so I'll give you guys that link here in a minute.
Thank you very much. So you notice that money is tight in the English version. It's not that it's not that you earn less money. It's just that in the Japanese version you can essentially get more money. You can get a glitch to your money, so you never run out. That's essentially what happens.
In their effort to patch it, though, they did create a second ring glitch in the English version that's different. I believe I showed it to you in the past. I discovered it in, I can't remember when, I guess a long time ago. But like for instance now, your ring of defense gives you plus, I think, 3 defense. If you equip it and then move it to another character and equip it, move it to another character, you can actually give plus 3 defense to every one of your characters. They don't lose that stat until you gain EXP. So if you gain any EXP, but you can use the Ring of Speed, which gives you speed, to buff everyone's speed. As long as you're running away from fights, you can continue to do that.
And this is really good for like boss fights. So you can kind of like, if you have the Ring of Speed and the Ring of Defense, you can give. They don't override each other, do they? You can give everyone the buff of everything for like a boss fight. Sure.
I don't know if... No, I think that as soon as you equip something second, it wipes that buff.
Okay,
so you can choose... as long as you're not equipping anything new. But yeah, I mean, and that's how the escape glitch, smoke bomb glitch, whatever you want to call it, in Japanese works as well. Or that's what we do is... and the big thing is, they don't wear off in the next fight. So for instance, there's a ring that you can use that gives you an attack buff. It's called the Power Ring. And you can use that charge, run away from a fight, and in the next fight, you have that temporary buff still, and it won't wear off after 3 turns like it's supposed to. It stays the whole fight until you gain that EXP, if that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of... I mean, this game has way more tech than it has any business having. It's pretty beautiful though, man, because I mean, it's such a rough around the edges kind of title that catches a lot of flack, and it's really beautiful to see. It's really beautiful to see all the different things that you can do, and you know, especially like none of it's crazy difficult either. A lot of the tricks and stuff we do are very simplistic, and as a casual player, you can probably learn it and master it first try. There's a couple of different skips and things like that, and you know, it's just fun to see, man. A game that's got this much age on it, 1995. That there's still new and fun ways to, you know, experience it even for casual players. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's always nice to find out new stuff. Should be 11. I think that's 11. Hearing me have the powering explained is weird. How so?
I was actually just explaining it to anybody who's not familiar with the game in chat, might be considering picking it up. Absolutely give it a go. You will not regret it.
I agree with that as well. Many people wouldn't. So when I get rid of spaces, it could be for anyone's, can't it? Anyone's items can be
absolutely,
sold.
And it can be any item.
Monster
so you
bait.
can sell an herb or a monster bait. Yeah, anything you want. Obviously not key items, but
yeah.
But yeah, you can. The way that I do it is I adjust it. You know, obviously I leave the last person with a certain. That way, when I do this 9 that you're doing, I will go to. I go to the bottom and I just sell 9 things straight up. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's and now I will warn you though. When you are doing this next talking bit right here, where are you at? You're at 21, right?
Yep.
Be careful as you're counting, because you're gonna get additional text boxes. You'll see what I mean as you do it. just because anytime you get a vase and an herb, he gives you a unique text box. It's I think a couple extra text boxes. So that can screw up your counting if you're not paying close attention, if that makes sense. So just you'll see what I mean as soon as you
1,
do it.
2, 3, 4. Yeah. 9, 10. I am counting, however, how many times I say yes.
Exactly. That's what I do too, once I see that little box appear. But sometimes, like, if you're in a rhythm, especially if you're using turbo, and you get, like, you get used to how long each text box should take to, confirm. Especially if you're using sound, you can kind of hear the sound of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets a little weird. Just for anybody who's at home and might be trying this, just,
So question here.
The first couple times.
Question here about this one, because it said 19, 9, and 11, 9, and 1. I got one vase. I got the win vase.
Yes. So the reason that we do that is because the RNG until the next vase appears is far away. We gave ourselves extra inventory space, only getting one vase. We know that we would only get one vase. But that way, instead of having to move individually, instead of having to talk to him, that would have been 68 times or whatever, we only have to talk to him 21 because we move the RNG 3 times anytime we get a vase and a herb, twice anytime we get a mystic vase. You know what I mean?
So
it's saving you inputs.
But it says here 21, 1 drop, but 4 vases. If I'm getting rid of 1 space, I don't have 4 spaces to get vases.
You should have go to Annie.
Yeah.
Or whoever else you had inventory space on.
Yeah.
And how many vases do you have total?
1. Because
Going
11,
down.
11, 9, and 1. Because I got 1. So in the
sell?
next one, I should. It's saying here. So like I've got my 1, right? So then
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so you should have gotten 4 basically in that exchange, is what you're saying. No, I don't think that's.
Well, no.
4 might be.
The 4 is for the following one, right? Because like the grey is what you get from that exchange. So I did 11 chats, and then.
No, I think that it's at the end of 15 and 1, you'll have 1 in your inventory. At the end of 63, because remember at the very beginning we have 1 when we do that first 15. The very first thing you buy.
Right.
So you should have gotten 4, I think. But let me actually check my PB because I want to say that I've never gotten 4. I think for that number, you just might be wrong. Go ahead and sell the next one, and then purchase it and see if you got another vase. Then you're still on the RNG or whatever.
I did not. Okay, I must have miscounted.
Okay. That means that or we sold 10 instead of 9 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Interesting. But yeah, we managed to get like a big chunk of that out. Errors can happen, of course.
And what you can do if you're playing casually is you can just save, reset, and it'll start back at the top.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you do lose your place.
Yeah. And I got a bunch of herbs here. So if I was to sell those, 8 mystic vases, I just change the number at the top from 1 to 8. Because now I have enough money to buy, like that.
Yeah. Exactly. And it doesn't, really matter once you do it the first few times.
Yeah.
Simply because, you're only going to be dropping, 1 or 2 things at a time. 21. Yeah, that 4 is odd, but that's a good point. I never, I've thought the same thing in the past, because how could you get 4 if you're only dropping 1 thing at a time? But yeah, so you, anytime, you can do it with any amount of inventory. If you have not a single item in your inventory, obviously Bowie showed you what happens if you have full inventory, so yeah, it's really neat, man, and it's done a lot for the speedrun, obviously. I imagine in both versions it would change a lot, but even casually, man, it's not crazy difficult once you get it.
So yeah, I've got 8 spaces. So let's make the number up there. Oh god. Interesting. How it just like...
And it'll just adjust the first number, usually.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So the rest of it's all set.
Exactly. So it's But if you have, you will only like type in 32, for instance, and it's going to be 0, 50, for, you know what I mean? So the first 2 can be adjusted realistically.
Yeah.
Depending on how much inventory space, or if you happen to have taunt and you have like 45 inventory space, that changes it, and you'll see that third number get affected. But yeah, I mean, as long as you type in whatever amount of available inventory, hit enter, the spreadsheet will automatically tell you the correct amount. And the reason that it adjusts like that, and that might not make sense, it's like, why did I go from 50 to, when I type in 45, I lose like 56 inputs? That doesn't make any sense. Well, it's because, the stuff you're getting along the way is going to be a lot of moving of the RNG. So yeah, it's pretty neat. A lot going on under the hood.
Yeah. That's really cool. I didn't expect to be able to pick it up that quickly either, but it's a very straightforward process, which is good.
Yeah. Now, when you can read it, you want to know how long it took me to figure out what I was supposed to be doing, man?
Yeah.
I talked to him. I literally watched a Togatoon's PB, and I frame by frame counted every single time he talked, and I was like, okay, he talked to him 62 times there, and I wrote that down. And eventually he came and he Google translated something, and he's like, here's a spreadsheet. And I was like, oh my God, you changed my life.
Yeah. So yeah, I've now got 52,000 gold, or 53,000 gold. Hooray. What I can now do is, if I was to do that again, I could get like all those vases. If I was to do the first set, 8, 63, 4, 9, 34, 27, 2, 20, 11, 21, I could get, 12, 13 vases. And then, again, using them, they deal, what is it, like 40, 50 damage or something?
It depends on, obviously the enemy and their resistance. Like, for instance, on the water demon, the fire vases do 69, which is
huge damage.
Pretty substantial. Yeah, and I wasn't going to say anything, but they make a big difference. So yeah, in the speed run, I imagine what you would do is get an amount of money you're happy with, get an amount of vases you're happy with, and you really utilize those for, and granted, these vases are also AoE, so they help a lot in certain areas of the game where you have to fight multiple enemies, the grind section, Marion 2, because they're very good at killing a lot of small people with very little HP, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I have
links.
links.
The vases, they're the money and the damage. Probably the strongest thing you'll get for a good while.
Yeah. I have linked Professor Palmer's Twitch and chat a couple of times for you. If you're interested in seeing, I mean, I don't know if the guy's going to do even more runs of this game, but he does run the game. I think you're the...
I'm probably doing a mock tonight, or today, or something, at some point eventually.
Yeah. He has a sub 6, I believe, now. 58? 59? 54?
Dude, I don't even remember. 556. Yeah, 556.
There you go.
There's still a ways to go to be sub Japan though, but trying our best.
Yeah. But that's really cool because now I've got a metric fuck ton of money, so I can buy all the things and not worry about it.
Yeah, and any time that you're like, well, we need a little bit more money, you just hop on over here, you do it again, and that's that. Especially with, once you get the light orb, and once you have extra party members and you can teleport or whatever.
Yeah.
You can come here anytime. You just send somebody here and boop, pop in, grab a couple dollars, grab a couple vases, and you're going about your life.
It's a very, very cool thing in the game, which does make it a little bit more interesting than just like having to grind out things, and it makes the game even a bit easier. And again, the game is kind of known for being high encounter rate and really, really tough. So like having offensive usage, but also being able to buy with 53k, you can buy plenty of items that are going to help you keep going in those skirmishes.
Unless you're grinding out mad encounters outside of every single village, there's no way you can afford a full set of gear for your team every time there's an upgrade available at every new town. You're just too poor. Or illusion potions, or maybe anything luxurious, any luxury items. You're not gonna really. I mean, money is tight in this game. So yeah, this. Because I know a lot of people are like, well, that's going to make it too easy. Well, it really doesn't. It makes it to where you have a little bit more flexibility. The game is still challenging. It's still a a tough feat. So if you beat it, you can still be like, dude, I beat Beyond and Beyond, you know?
Yeah, and the thing is to remember as well about the Western version of the game is that it actually is harder than the Japanese purely because of the amount of HP the enemies have is like 40% more, I believe. Or they have 40% less than this. But yeah, there's a lot more HP to burn through in this version, which definitely shows itself. Like when you're.
It's unfortunate that the version that doesn't have the money glitch also has the increased HP, you know what I mean? Like, it would be nice if those things worked reverse, so, you get something, you lose something kind of thing, but it doubles up on the difficulty, that's for sure.
So, yeah. As I say, like, the thing about this game is that, like, I will always fight that it's not a bad game at its core. Everyone, like, rags on this game and has a lot of, I'm not going to sit there and say it's not bad reasoning. The game has a lot of flaws to it that does make it difficult to see past. But despite that, I do think that it has got a lot that is good within it. I think that makes the game interesting. So it is kind of like it's not all casual tech, but it is tech that exists within or concepts in the game, and things that happen in the game, whether they are intentional or not, that are quite cool.
Oh yeah, it's definitely, you gotta remember, first JRPG on the PS1, they didn't have the luxury of being like, hey, I saw this company do this with this new system, and I think that we can, take some of those cool elements. So they were really going in blind, moving up from the Super Nintendo to a 3D element. It's not as, people all the time are like, isn't this one of the worst games ever made? And I'm like, dude, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, the encounter rate is annoying, and I think that people's frustration at the encounter rate leads them to be much more harsh on the game as a whole, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the thing I've always said is that like the individual decisions that are made in this game on the surface aren't inherently bad by themselves, but when you combine them together, or when they do overlap with other things, they become bad. Like high encounter rate, sure. Difficult enemies, sure. They're fine.
Yeah. We always joke about the guy who made the dungeon puzzles and the guy who made the encounter rate definitely never met each other, because like it's very complex dungeon puzzles that you're trying to keep track of in your mind, and at the same time you're taking a bazillion encounters and you're worried about dying, and you're like, oh no man, I don't remember where so it's like those two things usually, it's like you can have one or the other. And I think that the frustration of them colliding makes people react a lot more harshly than it probably deserves.
I think the thing as well is like the biggest breakthrough. I mean, that manipulation is really cool, and there's some more stuff that hopefully Palmer will be able to show you guys and help me show you. I mean, I think if we get there later on, I'll see if I can get there later on today, to do what's called early Percy. But that would be quite cool. But I think the biggest breakthrough really is understanding a little bit more about APS and knowing how to actually do that, because that's, for me, is the biggest crutch in the game. Is that's the thing that we need to know the most, because if you can succeed at that, the battles are nowhere near as hard as they actually are.
Oh yeah, it makes a significant difference, and the game was technically balanced around the assumption that players would be nailing APS, often, semi-often, and the fact that it wasn't translated well on like how to do it or what to look for to know that you're doing it right and stuff like that, I think lends itself to the difficulty aspect. But once you figure that out, you'll notice that the difficulty of encounters casually drops dramatically, because you're doing the damage that the game's difficulty level expected you to be doing, and everybody else is, without knowing how it works, casually everybody else is playing in a handicap, basically. And I think that's a lot of the frustration for a lot of people who pick it up.
But a big thing as well is like the damage that's coming to you, because you have like Shining Force 2 levels of HP. At the end of the game, you're sticking around the 60, 70 at most kind of thing in terms of VP. And being able to mitigate that damage, because again, being able to successfully either, if you do take a hit, counter to deal damage, but also to mitigate damage completely with the guard, with True Guard, or just lower the damage by getting like a regular defensive base.
It really is. I mean, they wanted to make the battle system a little bit more interactive. I think some more transparency on maybe a tutorial at the beginning or something would have changed everything. I think that if they gave a tutorial in the first fight, mash this or whatever, then it would have set a completely different precedent, because then people would have at least known there was an element that they weren't doing, you know, and I think that that's some of the disconnect there.
Yeah, I mean, when you read because it's only in the book, and when you read the book, actually, I was having a look at it, and I was even looking at like the Japanese wording for it, and it's actually almost like they're proud of what they've created, insofar as like in a normal RPG, you just press the attack button and let it go, but actually you have to be active here, you have to do this kind of stuff. So it does say how much it wants you to do it, but it's just saying hit with rhythm or hit with, you know, sequential like thing, and you're just like, what do you mean? How do you get certain effects? How do you do this kind of stuff? And it's like, like it's something that they wanted you to do, but I think the booklet wasn't enough. And the way, because the wording they use specifically makes it seem like they really were trying to get you to do it, but it's just not clear enough to know. And then when you fail it, you don't know what you're doing. You completely lose interest in trying
it. That's the issue, right? Is you can go the whole game without even realizing there's something you're not taking advantage of, or doing incorrectly, or doing correctly. If you, I mean, I don't know how many people come into my chat and they're like, "Dude, I did this and I had no idea how it even worked."
Yeah,
and then
like,
you can peruse game FAQs and all these different websites where everybody's got like their own theory, and you're like, bro, I could try it 100 different ways, and who knows, because it's not consistent. Even if you do it correctly, you know that whether or not what you're doing was the reason that it worked or not. So it's fun though. It's funny to see all the different opinions and people's ideas back then, when, you know, the internet and stuff was not nearly as robust.
Yeah, I mean, and what's really cool is that, like, I played this game for the first time during Camelot Month 1, so that was my first time playing it, and I looked around and tried to find some information about APS and got some stuff, but the amount of times that I just kind of ended up just experimenting, and I managed to figure some stuff out, but the information is just so few and far between that it's just, you have to, I don't know, I guess you have to enjoy the game on the premise of the game enough to want to go further with it, basically. And I think the stuff that's been found out now, there's an opportunity to create better resources, and resources that actually will, for future casual players looking at guides, be something to actually help them really enjoy it, or really focus on the stuff that is good in the game, rather than focusing on the bad stuff. Because, like, you know, I'm not... All this is to say is to not defend the bad choices that are made in the game, or the choices that do conflict with each other and make it worse. They do exist, they are there, the game is flawed. But I think it's definitely amplified by certain elements of the game.
I think that people get frustrated and they're like, no, this game is awful. And I'm like, well, I mean, music's not bad. I mean, you gotta think, in 1995, this like 2D on a 3D playing battle system was kind of unique, you know? And that's really about it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah.
But no, it does have, I mean, and the sprites are, like, if this game was on the Super Nintendo, it would have been, you know, amazing. Game of the year or whatever. But, you know, I think people judge it so harshly because they see other games that came out on the PS1. But, you know, to be the first to release really makes a big difference. Because it's like, we're the first JRPG on this system. We don't have the luxury of being like, dude, look what Square did with Final Fantasy VII. I think we can, you know, imitate some elements of that. Or look what this, you know, Resident Evil, or they had nothing to base it off of. They were completely going in blind, and I think that, you know, it's obvious that a lot of Super Nintendo elements are still present in the game because that's what they knew.
Yeah.
And I think that it's very important to know when the game came out before people, you know, pass a judgment on whether or not it's, you know, the worst game ever made.
Yeah.
There's a lot of games on the Super Nintendo that came out early in the life cycle that I'm like, what is this nonsense? Don't they know that amazing games are on the Super Nintendo? I mean, sure, it was 8 years later, but come on.
Yeah. It's pretty true. Sorry. A cringe. So yeah, it's... Oh god, I'm pressing buttons that I shouldn't be pressing. There we go. But no, yeah, I think it's really cool. There will be a smartphone sequel, Beyond the Beyond the Beyond.
Yeah, it'll be a mobile phone MMO. Beyond or the
Beyonder the Beyond, yeah.
Yeah. Even further beyond the beyond.
Yeah. But I won't hesitate to defend this game from being called a bad game. I do not think it's a bad game. I think it's a flawed game, but not bad.
Yeah, that is definitely a hill I know that you will die on, and I respect that. And after having played it and tackled it and doing speed runs of it and stuff, you know, it definitely has grown on me, and it's the right amount of challenging that makes it like super fun to see the fruits of your labor. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's like, wow, I shaved another few minutes, man. It's intoxicating because you're like, I'm doing it.
Do you feel like I mean, what is your success rate with APS now that you kind of like know a little bit more about what you're doing?
I would say with a turbo controller, which means that what I would do is I can guarantee that my square button is going to fire at the designated 7 inputs a second. So I know that that's 100% taken care of. I would say probably 60 to 70% super crits or true counters, or those amplified versions of APS probably only happen like 10% of maybe 20% of the time that APS triggers, if that makes sense. But
yeah.
But I would say at least half the time you're getting a crit or whatever. There's some times where if it's a short fight, you'll see me crit with all 3 of my characters right in a row and in the fight. So it is very a Togatune in secondary exits, one of the first things they told me was, even if you do the APS perfectly, you can still, like, the game doesn't always do it. It's just, the way that the battle system works, I guess, for balance or whatever else. And I think that's kind of why it was so troubling to people, is because, like, you don't know if you're doing it right or if that was just accidental. Because, again, it will sometimes, you don't have to mash at all, and it will sometimes just crit for you, based on the luck stat or whatever you got on your characters. So, yeah, and I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff. But yeah, to Bowie's point, knowing how to do it, or knowing at least the way to give yourself the best chance to do it, really does make a lot of things a lot easier, as well as it adds like a neat battle element. You're not just sitting here watching animations. You feel like you're contributing.
Actually being part of the combat rather than just like standing there and watching it. And I think that's why, again, a reason why I really enjoy it as well, is that I like oh nice, I got the ting for the Vital Recover immediately with no LP usage. Big fan. I like games that have an engaging battle system rather than because I like turn-based battle systems. I play Final Fantasy, of course, I enjoy that stuff. But I do prefer when I have a sense of like I can weigh in on this battle system. It's kind of like, it's why like Shadow Hearts is so enjoyable, is because I have a say.
Dragoon or something.
Another game that both Palmer and I run.
Oh yeah, I mean, I loved Legend of Dragoon as a kid because I was like, because it's rewarding. It's rewarding to nail stuff, especially in Legend of Dragoon when he like yells volcano and does a bunch of animations, and you're like, dude, I nailed it.
Yeah.
This game is probably on a smaller scale, obviously 5 years older.
Yeah.
But it was ambitious of them to try it, especially on a console that no other JRPGs had been released on yet. Execution-wise, maybe a little murky. Sure, some things could have been better, but you gotta respect the ambition. PS1 era was just so different because people were trying anything they could to see if they could get a hit. Whereas these days, AAA titles, they stick with what works. But it was awesome just to see such a wide variety of people trying new crazy things and seeing all kinds of goofy and wild games come out. And that's part of the reason I like this game so much, is, to Bowie's point, it does feel like when you nail a sweet crit and it's clutch and you're like, yes, we brought it home, man. We won at the very last little bit. Or you get a super, Annie's got 1 HP and a boss comes and hits her and she perfectly guards it, and you're like, yes, you know what I mean? Like those, it makes for a different kind of battle experience than just watching numbers on the screen.
Yeah, I think Palmer and I kind of shared a thing where like both of our Acadius fights were like clutched out by Percy. Everyone else dying, getting a crit with Percy, and Percy doing enough damage on the crit to kill.
It literally being a blow for blow who's gonna perish first kind of thing. And boy, I'll tell you what, it is one of the greatest feelings when you clutch something out like that. And this game has a lot of those clutch moments because of that APS. So it's like, oh my God, we defended, we're still in this, and you crit, and you're like, we just won. How did that happen? You know, it's what's wild that a game that's this old can still give me that stoke sometimes, especially when you speedrun it and you feel like you've seen everything, and then, you know, it's always something different. I've never had an Acadius fight be the same ever. So.
It's a really hard fight too. It's a really hard fight. This guy is really... They're going after Samson so much. They just want to beat the shit out of him. I don't know why. Have you noticed that like they go after like certain characters in particular? Like Samson always gets focused.
Oh yeah, man. Sometimes I feel like, and I'll literally say something about it, like as it's happening in a fight. Sometimes I see them like attack Edward 7 times in a row, and I'm like, what are the odds of that? There's got to be something that it's not just true random, because no way, man. There's no way.
Yeah, not that
You gotta
bad.
think you got 5 characters, and for the same one to get attacked over and over again, it's just suspect, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do in terms of... I can't remember the order. I spoke to the guy who was talking about Domino. Do you actually need to do anything in... Do I actually need to do anything in Luna to actually advance the story, or do I just go east through the cave and go towards the...
No, so what happens is you have to go to the temple.
Yeah.
And
to the east.
you'll get this thing called the moon something. And then when you use that, it turns it from day to night.
Yeah.
And then in Luna, you talk to some NPCs in the bar, and that's what it gives you. You talk to somebody else, swap out the moon thing for another key item, and that's what allows you to progress.
Yeah, but I have to go do the temple to the east first, isn't it, with the water demon?
No. You go do the. You can't get to the water demon until you've gotten the thing you trade the moon orb for.
Oh Christ! Yeah, there's like you have to put the thing into the statue to kind of create.
Statue, yeah, exactly.
To create the river to like part basically.
Yeah, there's also so I never knew this, man, but if you have a guiding branch and you use it in a dungeon, it takes you to the world map, right?
Yeah, yes it does. Yeah.
Well, if you use it again, it warps you to the last city you were at.
Yes.
I never knew that, dude. When I saw Togetsun do that, I was like, what? What is this whack? I always thought you just had a run blaze.
Yeah, it's the aggress spell, which is really good. It takes you back to your last save, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's super nice.
It's why buying 2 is always better than buying 1. 4 strength.
Exactly. I pretty much always carried. Oh man, that's so lucky, bro. I'll tell you what. That's another thing that in the speed runs, because when you level up, you get a random amount of strength and HP and all that. I've literally gotten to the end where Samson has had like 22 health, and I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? How is this so bad?
Oh, it's good. It's Samson, right? Everyone hates Samson.
Yeah, I'll get to the end and somebody's got someone random will have just tons of speed. Like they're so much faster than everybody else, and I'm like, why, man? You're ruining everything. You screwed up the whole turn order.
Yeah, I do feel that like when it comes to like the leveling system, again, I'm used to the mechanics of these because I'd played the Shining games and all that kind of stuff. But I found it very interesting how actually this is a lot more random. Like they tried to go for a bit more linear progression overall than they tried to go for like a little bit more of like a standard style of approach to leveling than the Shining games. However, that kind of like traditional RPG nature of having the ups and downs affects it a lot more. Like it's not as consistent in this game. So like you can just get no speed. You just can, and it's like it reminds me a little bit of Mystic Arc in that way, where it's like you can get absolutely bodied by just not having. Oh
yeah, there's times I get to the end and I'm like, this person's barely usable, and I've done nothing different. Like this is unreal. Chrono Cross, I know, I've actually never played Chrono Cross, but I know that the stats are semi-random in that game as well.
Yes, yeah.
And to another point, like all the sources in this game, the source of growth and agility and all that stuff gives you a random number between 2 and 5 or 2,000, 5,000 for the growth.
Yeah, the experience being a random amount. Yeah,
Exactly.
that's so dumb. So dumb.
Yeah, it sucks when you, because we save scum it when in a speed run. We'll use the source of growth. If we don't get 4,000 or 5,000, we reset, right? Well, sometimes you sit there for 5, 6 resets, and you're like, this is whack.
Yeah, that's like a thing. That's a thing, and I kind of feel. Do you have Brave Apple type things in this game again? I can't remember, like a guaranteed level up from wherever. Because in Shining,
yeah. There's source of growth, which is 2,000 to 5,000 EXP randomly, and there's a source of courage, which is just one. It's like a rare candy, one guaranteed level up. So what we do is we grind to 18, and then we use those two. Obviously, it's most valuable when you use it just after leveling and at higher levels, where the EXP curve is more significant.
Absolutely. Yeah, because again,
the EXP curve in this game is rough. Like, I think it takes more EXP to go from 17 to 18 than it does to go from 1 to 15, something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of, again, this game is built around the idea of getting to level 20 and then doing a promotion and then kind of having even more to go, because you get, like, again, your experience up resets. You have like a lot less experience to level up when you just promote, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. But again, these are systems that they're kind of like trying to meld a little bit with the Shining games. A very simple and similar system there.
Yeah, and that's funny, you know, I've never actually played any of the Shining games or any Camelot games ever other than this one. So, you know, maybe if I had some familiarity, or maybe, you know, like if the average casual player picking up this game had that background, they might have been less harsh in judging it, because they'd be like, oh, you know, it's just like this game, or it's just like, you know, they do this in Shining, or they do this in whatever. But for me, you know, having never played any, I was like, well, why is this a thing? Why are they doing it this way?
Yeah.
As opposed to it being, you know, like an homage or a nod to the games that they've always made and the way that they've done it for their fans.
Yeah, I can say that is exactly how I feel about it. That is what I did. Like, these are so example that the idea of like leveling up. That's what we do. The idea of like using the power ups and having a role in Shining Force 2. You may remember that like I used the power waters on Peter. The first two have to be B+4. I need it to be B+4, so I reset until I get +4s, just because that's how it goes. You need it.
It's neat that when that whole like level, you get to level 20 and you class up, is very Shining Force. You know, now that I have that experience and I'm familiar with the way that the game works. But you know, back then you're like, if you didn't know that, there weren't any other RPGs that really did that. You know, where you started over at level 1, but you were significantly improved. And I like it a lot though, because you know that it's a whole world of new sprites and new character portraits. And there's like a lot of layers to an incentive. You know, I like that it gives you that incentive to like really, really, you know, see some cool new stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of like the sprite. I mean, obviously the thing of like Shining Force is when you do promote, you get to see the new battle sprite. That's like the big thing in the game that you're always looking forward to. I love promotion time. I'm always like, oh, level 10 or level 20, whatever it is. Like, oh, it's time to promote. I get to see the upgraded sprites. And like, I didn't realize that this was going to do that. So when I hit level 20, and then I kind of got to that bit where you do the trials, and then you're like, I need to become a stronger class. I was really excited because like that's the point. You know, that's the Camelot thing, right? Or the thing that I was really most looking forward to, that it was going to do that.
And it's really cool, like just complexity of characters. If you like for instance, Annie and Finn, their character portraits, when they talk and they have dialogue, they are very young in the face looking, and as you class up, it gives them a more mature, kind of adult looking character portrait, and it makes you really feel like it's like, dang dude, we're like growing up kind of thing. You know, that kind of character relationship is super neat. And obviously their outfits change and stuff like that, and you just, you know, you feel like you accomplished something. You're like, dang dude, I look cool. You feel like a little bit of a badass, you know what I mean?
This is exactly what I was saying yesterday. I'm just so glad that you're echoing all the points I was making. I'm not just a crazy bias fool. Like, these are real things, guys. These are real things.
There are dozens of us.
It's just nice to hear like the thoughts I have echoed back, just to know that it's not just me being, a massive fanboy.
Yeah, and I agree. And yeah, I mean, I have very little Camelot experience, but I think it's important to like look at these strong points before, because I think a lot of people play it and they're like, I'm not enjoying this. This is a bad game. But like, there's lots of those little things where it's like, look at this new character portrait. Look at these new sprites. Look at what they did with this 3D, pseudo 3D battle, or the Steiner storyline. There's like a lot of neat little things that if you really peel it back, you can start to appreciate. I just think that so many people either hear that it's the worst game they've ever played, or they have bad memories of it as a kid, and rightfully so. It's challenging for a young person, and I think there's a lot of things that get overlooked because of the initial frustration of encounters or difficulty or what have you. I think that if you cut this encounter rate in this game in half so that nobody would have anything to gripe about, I feel like you're talking about a 2-star rating to a 4-star rating. Just because I think that people get so hung up on being like immediate frustration after taking 3 encounters in 5 steps.
Yeah.
That they immediately write it off. I think that level of frustration is one of the biggest things when it comes to people in playing a game, because they don't want to feel like they're being punished for trying to progress.
Yeah.
But once you kind of get past that, and there's a lot of things that you can actually like about the game. I mean, the sprites are really cute.
Yeah.
The battles are neat. I mean, sound is not at all bad for a game, especially a game in this era. But yeah, no, I agree with you, man. I think it catches way more flack than it deserves, that's for sure.
Yeah. See, it's nice. This is what Camelot Month's about. It's about enjoying the stuff we have. Enjoying things. And it's fun to enjoy things. I like enjoying things. But I'm glad that, like, the thing is, like, this is also experimentation and learning as well. Like, I think a thing I noticed as well, and I've been talking about this a fair bit in previous kind of games that I've played and seeing things, is like, you can see learning opportunities where something will happen in a game, or they'll try something in a game that doesn't work, and then they know what they need to do to fix it. So the big thing, and the one thing I love about Golden Sun, and you can see it here, is that in this game, as Palmer was mentioning, the encounter rate being so huge, with the puzzles being so complex, or being complex at times, that because they didn't meet, they didn't really think about it. But then, so you have a high encounter rate on puzzle screens. Golden Sun, when you're on a puzzle screen, or because there's 2 different kinds of puzzles, right? You have the ones that are just like a regular screen you got to go through, but then there are screens where in it is a very specific puzzle you need to figure out. Puzzle screens do not have encounters. They just don't. You have a regular encounter rate everywhere else, or a variable encounter rate everywhere else, but when you are doing a puzzle, they take away the encounters. And I think it's things like this that make them learn that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I didn't know that. And that's definitely, like, if somebody told me Camelot made a game after this one where you don't take encounters on puzzle screens, I'd be like, well, I'm good for them, man. They figured it out. And that is awesome, because similar to like Camelot Month, and I'm similarly with Level 5. I've played just about every one of their RPGs. And the reason I bring that up is because there's a different kind of appreciation when you start at one of their early titles and you work your way through their library to like one of their more recent titles, and you can see that, like, dang, bro, you feel like you've gotten better with them as you see the games evolve, and you see them kind of find their groove and really capitalize on what they're good at. You see less of the quirks or mistakes or the whatever you want to call it appear in the games, and it's cool. If anybody is a fan of a specific developer, I invite you to maybe play them in an order or something. I swear you'll have a newfound appreciation for the process. That's for sure.
That's kind of what I started with this doing. I mean, obviously with the first Camelot Month, I played them as the order on the left. I went down the list, and that's how I did it. I mean, I've changed it up each year as well, because I've played them all now, and it's one of those things. But yeah, seeing the evolution of a development team's process is really intriguing. I think it's fair to disagree. I wouldn't say you're wrong to disagree, but I just think it is kind of cool. because you can see what matters to them as developers, like what they're, because like what particularly they're trying to achieve with their games. It's not always just about, it's not just a case of like, oh, we just want to make a strategy game. Like, what about that strategy game makes it unique to them? Because like, you can tell when certain games that like are cool games, but are just not carbon copies, but just are phoned in. It's not as kind of experimenting or as unique in certain ways. Like when you see a unique style of game design or anything, it sticks with you.
Oh yeah, very, very, very much agree. Like level 5, for instance, like you play Ni no Kuni and White Knight Chronicles. It's those things that like there's so many people. I know people in chat all the time recognize it because they come in and they tell me, this is like Golden Sun. And the ability that somebody can come in and be like, hey, this looks like another game that this developer also made, means that, what they have stylistic, things that are noticeability. And I think that that's beautiful, because I think that as a developer, that's how you succeed, is you gotta have something that people come in, they're like, I know that that's a Camelot game. And, that creates, develops a fan base that sticks with you. And it develops a different taste. So it's like, oh, I see that they're making this game. I can assume that it's going to have elements of this. And, and it's really, really awesome to see. That's why I love, if you watch developers closely, you'll notice that a lot of games, even though they might be completely different, or they're not called the same thing, or they're not in the same series, that you'll still feel that, the developers do in their bread and butter, bringing out those elements that they're good at.
Yeah. You make a good point there as well, Arky. Like in Golden Sun, you have the class system but not the character change in the sprites. It's because it was a more flexible system. You're always going back and forth rather than seeing progress. And it's not just like one to the next, and then you see that. It's kind of, you have a large flexibility around it, and being able to kind of like make it so you could always change between sprites might have been a bit harder to code or work around, I guess. But yeah, the visuals of that game in battle and like how the characters look in battle and all that kind of stuff is very reminiscent of this, and the look and style is also reminiscent of Shining Force 3 and Shining the Holy Ark as well. So I haven't had a super crit for a while. Can I get one, please? Here. No, it's not a super crit. That's just a lot of damage from Samson.
Yeah, and the Golden Sun was what? The first one was on Game Boy Advance, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's a I don't know the time frame of when that came out in its life cycle, but to do something on a handheld is very different than having to, so I wonder if there are things that they took or things that they decided to sacrifice or what have you, just because they might have been worried about limitations. But one thing that's worth mentioning is, I know Bowie knows this, but at the very beginning of this game, when you boot it up, you watch like that really goofy 3D scene of Finn and Sir Kevin and everything. And the reason that they did that is because in that year, Sony required a 3D element in order for you to release the game on their console, because it was, PlayStation was supposed to be this cutting-edge new 3D system. So they wanted all the games released to have a 3D element. Well, Camelot had already finished Beyond the Beyond, so what they did is they went and added a 3D scene to meet that criteria, which is why you watch that scene at the beginning that you're like, well, I don't, it might not make a whole lot of sense in the story, but it's also, one funny thing is that the game itself is only 45 megabytes, and that scene is about 60. So of the 100 megs of the game, almost all of it's the 30-second, minute-long scene.
Yeah, it's kind of, again, they did that with a variety of other things as well. So in the same year, they released two games in '95. This game, Beyond the Beyond, and Shining Wisdom. And Shining Wisdom, and the thing is, again, that's also a thing that they kind of do with a bunch of their games. Shining Force 2 does it. Shining Wisdom does it. Where that cutscene is kind of like a preamble to what's going on in the game. So, what happens at the beginning of the game for like Shining Wisdom, for example, is like, oh, the princess has been cursed, and we're trying to find a way to kind of save her. But you see the cursing process happen the night before in that opening cutscene, before the game starts. And again, in Shining Force 2, it's all about, there was a storm last night. You just see it, but the opening cutscene is the storm that night that happened. So it's not part of the game, but they kind of add that little like prelude to what's going to happen. And so yeah, by kind of filling that criteria, by using that element that they've done before, was a really smart thing as well. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, actually, you know, I had never put it together until somebody in chat the other day explained it. They said that the beginning, as you're watching, you know, it kind of has like the bad guys standing and looking down on everybody, and that's pretty obvious, you know, their intent or whatever. But the in the very beginning of this game, Sir Kevin brings Finn to Annie, and he says, "Please, my son is injured." And somebody told me that they were, you know, Kevin and Finn were training and sparring in the beginning of the game in that scene, and Finn got injured, and that's what led him to bring him to Annie's house. Like, I had never put that together. I just thought it was a random scene where they were fighting each other. And I was like, oh, you know what? And to your point, though, how you know, you said it's like almost a scene before the game kind of thing, like an introduction or a preamble. And, you know, I really noticed that for the first time just the other day, probably a week ago.
Oh, Taunt.
Dude, I'm so stoked to see Taunt, man. I haven't seen him in forever.
Taunt's a really cool character. He's just a massive, like, spell-casting potato. Literally, he's a spell-casting potato.
Oh yeah, he's wicked good. Originally, I had routed him back in for the grind section because it took me so long initially. Because his magic, you know, like there's groups of enemies. Well, his magic hits everybody, not just groups. Which is, you know, the way that certain things work. But I was like, oh, it's really good, but you'd have to he comes in at a low level. But you know, it's just dope that this game gives you the flexibility of so many. It's nice when games give you more characters than can fit in your party, you know, because then it gives you the opportunity to be like, you know, I like what this guy brings to the table, or I like, you know, and I think that's a thing that this game doesn't get enough credit for.
Yeah. I will note, just quickly, yeah, Jake, you should definitely change your profile picture to that. That'd be great. You got a little cape. You're a healthy conjurer.
Yeah, he literally looks like, I never noticed how potato resembling he is, man. Look at that portrait, dude. That's literally a Tato with a face drawn.
Yeah, some kids just be like, with a pen. Like,
yeah, dude, you know, I'm selling Taunt plushies. Everybody who wants to buy one for $1, just make sure that you throw them away after a week, because they're gonna go bad.
It's not the last save, it's the last visited village. I thought it was last save, but it's last visited village. So wanting to get back to where is it called? Yeah, to Luna, Port Town Luna. You love the madman who donated to name Eric Jaro and Jaro Eric. Yeah. Annoying. Summon. I do need to go and heal then. Go back to something. But yeah, he's like a little dude. He's tiny. And when he promotes, he just becomes a bigger spud. It's great. Let's not kill Taunt turn 1. Thank you.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I obviously play the game in Japanese. The Taunt gets turned into a goo because he was like it was like being mischievous and he fell in that wizard's pot, right?
Yeah. He got covered in like transforming powder, yeah, and it caused him to transform, and then so no one recognized him. He doesn't even look like this. I think he is actually meant to be a human, but like.
Yeah, he's the one in that green cape you see like right when you enter, and it gives you that little bit of dialogue. But yeah, he's like a regular person, and then I was always, you know, because I can't read and we don't pick Taunt up in the Japanese route, I was always like, why does he just turn into a spud all of a sudden?
Got a double level up there. Look at that. 5 strength, 6 MP. Super hot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those are those early level EXP things, man. Let me find the EXP chart, man, because it cracks me up.
Go for it. I'm game. Look at that, 52,000 gold. Again, Palmer's joining me to talk some Beyond the Beyond because he is one of the Western runners, and has a good time with the run there, doing a lot of RNG manipulation, and that's what he was explaining and teaching me and teaching you guys as well, in case anyone had a thought to give it a go. Oh, look at that. Big upgrade to defense. Annie. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, you can see that. So here are the vases that I've sold earlier. So yeah, I can pick up these vases if I wanted to. 52k gold is by well, yeah, we just did it earlier, so there was like a whole thing about it earlier. I can go through it, but you can manipulate the gaining of these vases, and you can sell them back to a guy for a lot of money. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I knew about the vases as a whole. I knew about the money making with the vases, but I never knew about the manipulation until obviously Palmer told me about and talked to me about it recently. It's a relatively new discovery with this whole thing. Yo, Kane with the host as well, thank you. Sorry if I've missed loads of things. RMs for life, thank you very much indeed for the 3 months. Welcome back to the fighting class. What's the plan? Play Beyond the Beyond and have a good time is the plan right now. Is it Source of Wisdom is the magic attack up, and Source of Magic is the MP up, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes, I'm looking. So Finn, it takes him from 17 to 18, 6,500 EXP. Well, from levels 1 to 13, it's only like 5,600. So the level, you know, obviously they really wanted you to, you know, the difficulty curve. It's not one of those games where you're seeing level 65s and level 99s, you know what I mean? But there's a lot of RPGs where you're like, you know, level 78, and Ni no Kuni's a good example. I've seen people get to the final boss and be like level 80. This is not one of those games, you know. This is, and it also lends itself to the, you know, single-digit, double-digit HPs and damages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
People are all the time, they're like, dude, you're only hitting this thing for 20? And I'm like, yeah, well, it only has, you know, 200 health.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's an important distinction to make sometimes.
Yeah, 20's a lot of damage, yeah.
Which is why when you super crit and do double damage, I mean, that's why we talk about how significant it is, because it makes a big difference.
Yeah, hitting with Samson for like 35 earlier when the enemies have like 14, 15 HP. It's like, yeah, I just killed that thing twice over.
Yeah, you just monstered it, yeah.
Yeah.
Or on the final boss, when you're, you know, a regular hit is 40 and then a super crit is 120. Like, you're talking about 3 turns worth of damage there, you know, like that's significant.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to, you know, oh, I'm working with very little HP, am I gonna pull it off? Like, sneaking in one of those big boys is, it feels nice.
Also, Reese the Wolf, thank you very much for 26 months, dude. I greatly appreciate that. You will beyond my beyond, will you? Thank you. I'm game. But yeah, it is really, really significant, and that's the power of the APS. And this is again why, if they had just explained it or had something very, very tangible for us to work with as players, man.
Oh yeah, man. I still in that very first fight, because like, you know, and when you go rescue Annie,
48,
fights,
48 damage at this point in the game.
That's massive, dude.
Yeah,
that's massive. And he's still cursed, mind you. That's huge for non-cursed. That's post-curse damage. That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Classic.
Beyond the Beyond.
Is the game.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
That should be its tagline, right? Beyond the Beyond. It's all right.
Yeah, it exists. Yeah. No, it's cool. I like it. Let's go, Annie, with the counter.
Oh, I remember listening. So in the very beginning, when you go rescue Annie in that dungeon, you take fights at guaranteed spots. You know what I mean? In the very beginning of the game, there's like 5 forced fights you take every time you transition a screen. You know what I mean? And like in those fights, if they were like just a little, I know that they were working with limited. It's not like a PS3 where you can open up a cutscene and be like, "This is how you use this," you know. But if even something that was like, "Hey, you know, mash this in battle, or you, I don't know, or even something that when you did it right, you knew you did it right. I think there's like so much gray area, and if they would have just shored up maybe just one or two of those gray areas, it would have made it much more transparent. But yeah, I mean, even if there was at the very beginning of the game where you could go to options and choose like tutorial or something, like Parasite Eve, a PS1 title. Granted, 3 years later, it had a controls section at the very beginning of the game before you started where you could go and look at and it would explain things to you.
Yeah.
3 years is a huge difference in time when it comes to technology, though, so I will.
Oh, yeah.
But, there's definitely a reason for that, but yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity, and it makes me sad because I think that a lot of people choose not to play the game as a result, and and I always want more people to play the game.
Yeah. Another crit! 21! Man. It feels good to get super crit. Because again, like that animation, and there are certain animations that no one had seen. Everyone was just like, wait, what? No one's seen this. Anyone seen this? Like, no, there's no information at all. So
yeah, it literally, like, I had been speedrunning the game. I had done probably 5 or 6 runs and had never once gotten a super crit until a Togatune came and Google translated some messages to me, God bless him, and told me exactly what I needed to do. And as soon as I did it, I was like, this changes. Like, dude, for straight 30 minutes, I was just geeking on stream. Like, dude, did you guys see this? Did you see this? Everybody's like, yes, we see it. I'm like, dude, are you serious?
Look, he jumped in the air with yellow dust around him. Ah.
Or the blue one, even though it doesn't do as much damage, it looks so cool, man. And to think that, like, Camelot had the foresight to know that people were gonna attempt to do that and to add unique animations. And that's just another one of those things that I feel like, if people would have known and saw it, they would have had a little bit more appreciation for the game, or just because that's you're talking about a whole animation for an attack. That's, in this era, that's a pretty big deal.
It's thought out. It is. It's not random. It is calculated. It is like a decided effort to do something like that. And yeah, that's it's important. Parasite Eve was a wonderful game. How do you feel about Parasite Eve, Mr. Palmer?
If I had to choose between, if I was locked in a room with Beyond the Beyond, Parasite Eve, and a live tiger, and I could only kill one of them, the tiger would not be killed. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh dear.
Now, Parasite Eve's not. It's a solid game.
Yeah, you just played it too much, I think, at this point, haven't you? Really?
Dude, I can't stand it, bro. Sometimes I hear the sounds of Parasite Eve, like either like I don't know, I open up a stream and someone's playing it. I'm like, oh god, it sends shivers down my spine, man.
I should note that this is from a place of love. He's played it. He knows that game backwards, like inside out. He knows it. So it's like it's not. He's just hating on it.
Oh yeah, it's literally like I loved the game and I loved doing speedruns of it. I did, but it is one of those things that I absolutely ruined for myself. And as a result, because I love the game so much, anytime people come to me and they're like, "Hey man, I'm trying to get better at Parasite Eve. What do I do?" I say, take a break, dude. Seriously, don't do what I did. Because I grinded it and I grinded it and I grinded it, and there was no reason to. Like, I wasn't like, racing anybody, or there wasn't a fight to the finish kind of thing. And I literally completely lost all, excitement to play the game. And now when I see it, I'm like, I submit it to marathons, and if it gets in, I'm like, yeah, dang it.
Why is someone playing that game? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that if you speak something, it's important to not overdo it, because you don't want to lose your excitement for a game. You don't what is the word I'm looking for? You don't want to burn yourself out.
Yeah.
And I definitely burnt myself out. It's a solid game, man. And anytime somebody comes to me and they've never played it, I get excited to convince them to do so. I'm not gonna say that, oh no, I hate the game or whatever, anything like that. It's just my Frankenstein kind of thing. I seen enough of it.
Why did Taunt get strength 4?
Hey man, move him up to the front. You're about to have a beefy potato.
big deeps right there. His attack is... His strength is 21. He's 4 levels lower than Annie, and he's got 3 attack less. Well, 3 strength left. Less.
Oh my god.
He hasn't...
Bro.
I need to get him the iron rod and see
what
what
does he
happens.
even have weaponry-wise?
His beginning weapon.
So what's his attack at? 23. Ah, so that's the big difference.
Yeah, it's the weapon, yeah.
Annie
that's
is,
like...
her weapons are pretty good. Annie is actually low-key, like, one of the best characters in the game, if not the best. Especially when a lot of her later spells and stuff are so good. It makes me sad because, like, we don't use it.
I just got attacked from behind, and oh, Jesus, I think I might be dead.
Oh, is that what it's called?
What?
Ambush? Because I hate when that happens, man. It makes me so angry. Because in Japanese, obviously, I'm just like, oh, okay, I guess I just don't go.
yeah, it's yeah, the enemy ambushed us. It's what it says, and then you die.
Yeah. Oh man, and that's one thing about this game is that random encounter. It's not like other games where it's like a random encounter. I just punch it in the head, and it's like no real risk. You know, there are times in this game where you get 7 or 8 enemies on the screen, and you're like, "Oh Lord, this is it."
Especially endgame where the enemies have like instant death, and that's not like
that's not AOE death, and you're like, "Well, it's a good ride."
We should note as well that that is not 0 VP. That's like complete LP gone. That's like it's gone.
Dead, bro. I've literally seen them cast it, and all 5 people just died, and I was like, "Well, okay, whatever. I guess we're looting up the save. What the heck?"
Yeah, I mean, if it just got rid of all your VP and just forced you into groggy, that's one thing. But like, if it's just straight up, you're gone. That's it. GG. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, it's
so
literally
dumb.
like, and it's unredeemable. There's no revive spells or anything in the game, so like, you're just like, well, great, dude. I've made it through 30 minutes of this dungeon, and now 2 guys are just dead for no reason. Yeah, it's hilarious. That's what dude. There's a rush that comes when you get into a fight and you're like, oh no, and then you get away and you're like, yes, we live to see another day.
See, this is another Camelot thing I've noticed. I mean, like, no, loads of games have like AOE instant death. Of course they do, but like, I mean, I'm not just gonna sit there and just like, you know.
Oh
just,
yeah,
again,
Fantasy even has it. Yeah.
But it's like I remember Camelot Month 2, where again I was talking about it when I was playing Shining in the Darkness, the last game, where there are the Mandragoras and they can wail in pain, and it's just AOE death, and it lands, and you're just like, why? It is a dungeon crawler, sure, so you're expecting it, but like, you know, everyone was at full HP, full MP, everything was fine, just got an encounter, back attack, wail in pain, gone. Like, oh, nice, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah. In this game, I've literally been in the grind section, where I'm grinding to 18, and the first encounter I take, it's like, ambushed you. It's 4 wizards. You're dead. And I'm like, what? Okay, what the heck?
Thank you very much for letting me at least...
I'm like, yeah, cool. Thanks for wasting 5 minutes of my life. Like, what the heck? Sometimes I'll just be like, oh, reset, guys.
Yeah,
we just got 4 wizards. And this wizard's attacked twice, so you're sitting through 8 animations, and you're just like, cool. Oh, everybody's groggy. Cool, so I gotta sit through another 8 animations.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because when you're groggy, that's your turn. Your turn is recovering your VP.
You lose your turn.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Yeah. At least with Saga, like, if you run out of HP, you can just cast any healing spell to revive someone, right? But then they'll just lose LP again or whatever it is when they die again. But in this game, you actively come back, but it takes your turn up. So if all 5 of you are dying, all 5 of your goes are recovering, so that they get their next free go. And it's...
Yeah, and I think that I've never seen a game with VP LP kind of thing like that. You know, it was always like you got 20 health, and if you run out, your character's dead and they have to be revived. And so it is definitely a unique element of this game for sure that takes some getting used to. But people all the time are like, I hated the VP LP system. But the way that the game is balanced, which with such low health values and stuff like that, you know, it was almost necessary in order, because it basically gives you multiple lives within 1 HP pool.
Yeah. Can I just quickly talk that, like, Samson has less defense and HP than a mage?
Yeah, until he's uncursed.
Yeah, I just forgot about that. Like, he's got mind-blowing strength.
Yeah.
Like, but his defense is 18 and Edward's is 20. And
yeah, low-key, he's trash, bro. He'll literally crit his own self to death.
Yeah, the
Like if you
permadeath
super
inside.
crit, if you super crit and it curses him, it'll just kill himself. I'm like, come on, dude.
I did that before you jumped on. I did that in the sewers, and I crit for 35, and he got hit for like 10, and he like that's your HP on him.
I'm like, great, man, thanks, awesome. It's already like dragging a dead body sometimes, where he's like, I'm choosing not to act, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, cursing. Yeah, that's a thing that exists. So I can't do the southeast thing. I have to go back to the tower.
Yes, you can do the temple now. So what I do, what we do in the speedrun route, is we go to Ophera and we buy mage's potions, and then anytime we take an encounter in the temple, we use Annie's heal magic to heal everybody back up in between encounters, and then we just use a mage's potion. You know what I mean? That way you're going through 10 mage's potions as opposed to 100 herbs or whatever.
Yeah.
But you're also obviously a bit higher level and what have you.
And also, I mean, again, if you were doing that on the English version, you wouldn't have that luxury because you'd need to go. I think you'd need to go to Luna first and do the vase setup.
Oh yeah, of course. I think that I think that would be a.
Yeah, go down to Luna, do vases, then you can use vases to actually get through aggressively and get money back and get some experience.
Unless you sold the Ring of Defense. The Ring of Defense sells for 7,500. Maybe that could get you by until Luna. You know what I mean? But you have no Ring of Defense. I mean.
Yeah, I will not want to do that.
Also stinks. Yeah, 3 defense early on when Samson has 18 is a significant amount.
It really is. Let's have a look at how badly I'm going to die. Oh. Holy light! Yeah, but let's get fire, dude. Can't wait. Oh, he's going to use a herb. Oh yeah, of course they do. Because they took damage, so... Oh, hell yeah, dude. Samson just taking damage, man. It's upsetting. Super crit. I do like how the enemies like explode and just like go into the air when they take damage, or when they die from like a big hit.
Oh yeah, or there's people all the time that come into my chat and they're like, are the enemies cheering every time you run away? You know, 'cause they're like jumping around. And I'm like, yeah, they are, man.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of Beyond the Beyond. What's up?
Strength 3. Oh my god, he's huge. Taunt is large. How's it going there, Endymion? Sorry if I didn't say hi earlier. Yeah, I'm just having a chat with my boy Palmer. Right, okay. We've made some progress. Should I do another bit of vase gainage just for actually vases this time? And then
it makes a huge difference on the water demon. I would at least have like 7 or 8 fire vases. Now, so one thing about the vases is that while the vases are guaranteed through the manipulation, the element isn't.
Yeah.
Fire vases are 40%, so they're the most likely that comes out. But
yeah, there's Fire Drake, Tornado, and what's the other one?
I think Thunder or Odin's vase, and then Wind vase is just Wind vase or something. Or there's a Water vase. I can't remember. I think Tornado is water for some reason. I can't remember.
Yeah. Right. We've been going for a couple of hours with this, so I'm going to take a quick break. But yeah, first of all, a massive thank you to Palmer for joining us and teaching you through that. It is available on the VOD, obviously, and hopefully I can get a little. I mean, it may not happen today. I'll see how much I can do. I've got like another 6 hours to kind of like grind out some stuff. I'm gonna go ham. So yeah, guys, thank you very. Please give thanks to Palmer. Again, if you're interested, go and follow Professor Palmer on Twitch and give him some love, because he's a lovely lad and a very good friend. So it's nice to have him here. Obviously,
it was a good time.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to stick around if you'd like. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get on with the main story now. It's up to you, entirely up to you, sir. But yeah, there's also, I mean, hopefully, I mean, if he's about as well, there is another glitch which is really cool. I actually want to make use of it in this run to see if what I can do with it, because it's going to be really cool to do it. Called Early Percy, and you'll see what that means. It kind of makes sense. It's kind of self-explanatory, but anyway. That's a little bit of insight into Beyond the Beyond. Hopefully that was cool for you guys. So yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna continue and push the story. And yeah, again, Palmer, if you do want to stick around, feel free. If not, if you want to head out, then that's all okay with me as well. But yeah, again, a massive thank you to him for being great. Camelot Month again is a celebration of all the Camelot Software Planning RPGs. The money being raised via incentives and other things and milestones is to support me as a streamer, but also supporting the Motor Neurons Disease Association. I will be donating a portion of the proceeds to that charity at the end of the month. So yeah, make sure to have a look at that. The incentives, if there's anything you want to see, any new challenges and stuff like that's happening with the games, and the milestones. Basically, the milestones are extra content. The main content and the main schedule is completing all the games, but then the milestones are extra stuff that I will be doing on top of what I'm already doing. So that's going to be like a massive encore to the event. So thank you very much to anyone who's been supporting those. I have a shop for merchandise and fun stuff to be done and grabbed if you're interested in picking up some cool stuff featuring the key art and other pieces and stuff like that. And finally, if you prefer just watching, just taking part in the chat and hanging out and being part of Camelot Month is enough. So thank you very much to everyone who is just here. Big spiel. With that, I'm going to take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with Beyond the Beyond. But yeah, thank you. Palmer, you're a beautiful man.
What's up, homie?
I said you're a beautiful man.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it was a fun time, and I'm glad that the manip worked. When you were doing it and it stopped, I was like, oh snap, because I tested it and I was like, dude, something. I was like, man, maybe I did it wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm glad we got it worked out. And yeah, it really is like, it's a lot more difficult to explain when you're looking at that big spreadsheet. But once you do it, you're like, oh, it's really not that bad. You just buy this amount, throw away this amount. You buy this amount, like it's that simple.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, especially when you are keeping the vases and you scroll through your inventory at the end of it and you're like, vase, and you're like, holy snap, that's a lot of vases.
Yeah. That's going to come in handy. Yeah, they are the double-edged sword. Like, well, they're two things. You can use it to sell, or you can use it for big money. Because we got a lot of money, 50k. Yeah, that's it. Right, okay. Have to take that break. I got to pop to the loo, and I need some tea. So yeah, cheers very much, guys, and I will see you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. And thank you very much for hanging out. And yeah, thanks again to Palmer. Palmer's going to dip for a bit. He said he'd still be in chat, so if you have any questions for him, like kind of like any kind of information, like, I mean, stuff to ask, like just about how that whole process went and all that kind of stuff, and you know what it was like kind of getting to this point. But yeah, how am I doing? Cool. Yeah, it's nice to have a guest on to talk to, rather than me just shout in one direction the entire time. So we're making good experience, yeah. And as was mentioned, the experience scaling in this is pretty intense. Level 12. So we have 6,000 at level 12, but we need a third of that entire experience. It's crazy. That was kind of the intention. It was to be like a little bit of informative information, but also a bit of fun. I hope that came across. And I like collaborating, even though I don't do it very often. I do enjoy collaborating. I'm very proud of Palmer as well for going along with my fanboyism. He wasn't faking it, but you know what I mean. Like, you know. I do love this game, even though it's not the best game, you know. Look at these beards, though. Yeah, there's some good beards. Defense and speed. So yeah, like speed again, as Palmer was mentioning, like, you know, the level ups in this game are not as kind of, you know, regular and consistent as others. So it's super intense if you get like low speed upgrades, because God. Okay, so let's go to a Pharaoh. Yeah, I'm getting fairly consistent better. I mean, I'm probably on like a 40%, maybe 30% success rate, I guess. I don't know. Is it in the grass or is it in the desert, actually? I feel like it's a bit further south. They are fairly random, yeah. They're not like completely random. Like you'll always get certain stats. There are some that you'll either get or not. So like defense and speed, you can either not get speed or you can get it. But like other things like strength, you'll probably usually get strength up. I think it's very rare to not get strength up. It does depend on the character, but yeah, you'll always get stats on a level up. It's not like you'll get 0 stats at all. You'll always get stats, but some are more variable than others. They're not set for sure. No. I'd love it if this game had like, oh, you're level 20 in promotion and have 10 speed. Here's 19 speed. That would be actually busted in this game. Mm-hmm. Farah. Come to me, Bickies. I need more Bicky goodness. Yeah, so I want to grab some items here. Mm-hmm. How's it going there, Zelutient? Go for a Bic Bic. It is a cool little game. Definitely flawed. Definitely flawed. I'm trying to get the blue jump. I got it on day one, actually. Yesterday, I got it at the very beginning. It was like one of the first ones I got by accident. Why is his strength so huge? My god, he's a large boy. But I mean, that's just taunt, right? Right. Okay. Let's do it! it's been a fun morning. Just roided it out. Absolutely. Because you say you want to like mash left and mash right, or not mash, but like, you know, press in rhythm left and right to get the things. Because right is the super crit, and you see I'm getting that every now and then. Left is the blue jump, you said, right? Palmer. So like, hit left fairly, you know, rhythmically. Left is blue double. Okay. I have to try for that. Up is defend, yeah. I've been doing the up. I just want to get the blue. Because, I mean, it's not just Finn who can do the blue jump, right? Or is it only Finn who can do blue jump? I assume Annie can just, like, go hell for leather as well if she wanted. How's it going there, G2 Game Bro? Yes! My name is definitely Bowie from Shining Force 2, yeah. That's why I got the bandana as well. Hell yeah, we got the blue. Do you see that? That's the new animation that no one's seen before. Blue jump. This stream is now a Samson roasting stream. I'm just saying, I've picked up the... see, again, now do it again? Sure. It's like when you know what to do and how to do it, you can be somewhat successful. No one was watching, do it again. Fine, check it. And he's going to jump straight away. Shit. Samson's going to do it now. Shit. Guard, though. Guard, though. Ah, what the hell. Well, it was a double super crit instead. How about that? The APS system is really good. Yeah, see? Oh man, Palmer made the guide English as well. It reminds me of like Castlevania games. Like, if you think of like I don't know, Symphony of the Night and onwards kind of thing. I remember when the reason I really enjoyed Harmony of Dissonance is because Used, when you're jumping around, has the blue fade behind him when you jump and move. And yeah, I got that vibe. Because you got like a red hue or a black hue based on what capes you are wearing. So it just reminds me of that. Like jumping and leaving a trail of light behind you is just super sick, dude. Immediate restore. Immediate. Oh, see, that's the APS system coming in handy. I appreciate you taking your time out of your day so early to join me, man. Thank you. Fucking zombies, bro. Strength 3, defense and speed. That's what I want to see, Samson. Acrobies. I will get a blue this fight. Come on, get a blue. Yes, you can remove the curse from Samson's self. Everyone says it happens like so late. It is like there is a big chunk of time, but it's not. It's definitely less than halfway into the game that you actually uncurse him. So it's not so bad. Can't believe it. That input, I held right rather than left, and I got it perfect to get the super crit. If I'd done left, that would have been a jump. Balls. I hate that Samson is gaining speed, because it means that he's going to be out-turning Finn the entire time. And it does also mean that when I do have it, like, he's going to be taking damage a lot of the time, because that's just his curse. His power, his curse. Check out this blue jump. That was the less strong one. The strong one's in the higher 20s. That was going to be that's the double super crit, which is I think still the strongest one overall. I think. Jump, or just go hell for leather with the double crit or the double attack. Damage. Ooh. Having a non beefy spud, it might be a little bit disappointing. I am sorry if that's the case. If you don't get the beefiest of spuds. Shit. Making you very feels drippy, man. How's it going there, Tex? Welcome back to the Stram. Yeah, hope you're having a good day. We are playing through Beyond the Beyond, and it is going great. Fuck! Shouldn't talk. Yes, you do, Slade. It's not simple mashing either. Blue with fucking Samson! I'm just so good at this game. I can't wait for the sub 5, dude. Blue with Samson. So, basically, as you're seeing, we figured out how the APS works 25 years later. And now, it's good! I honestly, like, this game is not that bad. This game is so good. It's just a good RPG. It's not anything special. It's nothing major. It's nothing brilliant. It's not life-changing. It's just good. It's just marred by too many things. But when you play it well... Ugh! Shit, dude. Why do I like games? Ugh. Should stop liking games. This getting a sequel before Golden Sun would be delicious. Double attack. Let's go, Johnny! I want blue taunt. I want blue taunt. I mean, he crit. But we're making up for lost time. Golden Sun 4 with APS. I think it's a good system. I think it's genuinely a really good system. It's just, it's not explained. If they had spent a little bit more time making it clear, then it would have been hella good. Yo, Carvox, thank you very much, dude, for grabbing yourself a mug. I hope you enjoy the mug, and I hope you have many good cups of whatever warm beverage you enjoy. You want Beyond the Beyond 2? I kind of do. I'd like to see it. Like, SRPG with APS. Beyond the Golden Tactics. I think we've got an idea here, lads and lasses. Dear Shugo and Hiroyuki Takahashi, concept: Beyond the Golden Tactics. Or Beyond the Golden Force, or Shining Sun, whatever. And they'll be like, Beyond the Golden Tennis. Oh, I hate you guys. Alive. Yeah. Beyond the Shining Golden Darkness card. A tutorial. No, it wouldn't. It would need, like, whenever I've kind of talked about this, I've always said that these things are amplifying the issues. The issues will still exist. It does need a lower. Again, whenever I've said these things, it doesn't mean that it's like fine. It does need a lower encounter rate. It just does. The encounter rate is high. And me saying that it's amplified by other things doesn't mean that it would be fine without it. It just would be less egregious without it. The encounter rate definitely needs to be lowered. No encounters on puzzle screens. And I guess more consistency in growth. You have the illusion potions. I actually got one. I got a drop. Illusion potions are kind of like smokes or marble 3s in Breath of Fire, I guess. And more spinning zombies, agreed. How's it going there, Miz? Come on, Annie, give me the blue jump. It's not a blue jump, Samson. This is it. That's not it. This is it. I was just joking. Just joking. This is it. This is it. No, I definitely did that badly. I pressed it, didn't I? I thought I went down there and pressed it. How does the system work? So the APS system, or the active playing system, is until this year has been completely unknown. The idea is that you're meant to press buttons in a set rhythm, whilst the blue and orange crystals are like bouncing over the character's head. So, and then you can do defensive options when the enemy's orange crystal is bouncing over their head. So, you have a very, very small amount of time to get a certain amount of inputs in. Apparently it's like 7 inputs per 7, and 7 inputs per second is like the most optimal you can do. Now, whenever you hear that ting, that means I've been successful in activating an element. Now, blue jump, let's go Samson. The blue jump is a double attack, a stronger double attack. So there's loads of different things you can do. You can do double attacks, crits, double crits, super crits, and blue doubles. A blue double is stronger than a regular double, but not as strong as like something else. It's kind of like, they're like different tiers. The double super crit is the best. I think. Also, we want Samson not dying. But yeah, so like if you hold left, and it's not holding it. Sorry, you have to input, like you have to tap it, like bam, 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 bam. So when I'm doing it, I can kind of show you, I guess. Maybe I can try and show you. But essentially, I'm kind of like pressing it and then mashing these two at the same time in a rhythm. I'm trying to get like 7 inputs on the face buttons whilst tapping in a set rhythm, left or right. So the super crit is when you get like yellow dust and you slam upwards. Then the blue jump is like a blue double attack. It's like a cool animation. It's not as strong as other things, but it's pretty cool. Big guard. I love how confident the orcs are. So yeah, that's like the basics of like how you want to try and approach it. Speed, fire drake as well. The APS, the active playing system, is for normal attacks. Yeah, you can't do it with magic. Literally always. I'm trying to get the flying potato. I'm sorry if I don't get it. Trying my best. Yes, so if you hold left, basically whenever you mash it, okay, you can sometimes get different levels. So you can get double attacks and you can get the fire, you know, like the fire dash crit. So that's a regular crit. The fire dash is a regular crit. So double attacks, regular hits twice, a crit, a double crit, a super crit, and then a double super crit. I like the tiers, and then you get the blue double, which is, I guess, just a cool animation. But when the enemies are attacking and the orange one's jumping, if I mash, or like if I tap in rhythm up and double and like mash the face buttons, you get defensive options. So perfect guarding, countering. If you are going to lose all your VP, immediate recover so you don't go into groggy, and things like that. If I hold right, that's how you get super crits, and if you hold left, that's how you get the blue double jump attack. Now, you can get the other things in between, because when I say I'm going for certain options, that's if I get it perfectly. The blue double and the super crits will happen if you are perfect. If you're off it slightly, you'll get the other ones, basically. So that one was a double attack. That means that I actively, some of it was right, but not all of it, basically. That's not the absolute technical accuracy of it, but like that's a rough way to explain it, because you'll hear that I get the ting sound, but I don't actually get anything major from it. But it's just like, yeah, there are levels essentially. It's the easiest way to explain it. Let's go flying potato. But yeah, like when I first played this game, I read up about the APS system and figured some stuff out, but I couldn't quite succeed across the board. There was some stuff I didn't get. But now that, you know, again, 25 years later, we figured out how a lot of this works, and now the game's just really good. No, it's not. No. Oh, please finish it. Good. It's not based on the bobbing. I mean, I could try it. I used to try that and it never worked out. We don't know what the actual perfect rhythm is. We just have an idea based on 7 inputs per second and getting results. So it's really hard to figure out exactly what perfection is. We don't know, like to the letter what it actually is, if that helps. But that's all. That's as much as we do know. So. Because I've got results without pressing any direction. That's the thing. Like I've got results just by mashing one button, by mashing 2 buttons, by mashing all the buttons, by rhythmically doing it. It's just there's so much that it could be. You know, it's hard to figure out. But at least we like know some more specifics. That's the most important thing. I'm gonna try and get the. Because like the thing is as well is like when you get it wrong and it doesn't happen, you don't know what you did differently. So it's like you have to test it out and get success with something to know. But there are so many times that I do something, I'm just like, did that happen because I did it, or did I just get lucky? Because like for example, the whole the idea of tapping it in line with the crystal. I've done it twice. So that now 3 times in a row, I've got that guard. That was me tapping the up button and mashing to the rhythm of the orange crystal. But I don't know if that's actually true. I just got it 3 times. It could be that I just got it. I don't know. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, apparently, like that's how we got as far as we are right now with it. See, that time I was doing it in the rhythm. Didn't? I mean, he used an item, but not that time. This is another reason why Taunt's really good, is because Taunt has Fire Drake, and Fire Drake is not set to groups, it's every enemy on the screen. So it's very, very powerful spell. Yeah, but apparently in the first couple of hours of the run, there's about... Yeah, there's about something's down. Sprites are cool. Yeah, it's very resource intensive as the encounters, so it's like when you can get through things a little bit nicer, it's good. I keep getting that though, that's pretty good. It might be in rhythm to the crystal, you never know. But because I was doing because before I might have been doing the rhythm on the face buttons, not on the D-pad. So it could be that actually you want to go along with the crystal, but on the D-pad while mashing everything else. Maybe. We'll see. Can't do anything about magic, remember. I mean, that has happened a lot. Speed and defense again. Big boy Samson. But yeah, that, I mean, if it is like that, actually, Palmer, if it is in line with the bouncing of the crystal, it might make it even easier on turbo controller to do that, because you'd just be trying to put it onto. You just hold the button and then tap in line with the crystal. That's double guard in a row. I'm not getting it so much on offense, but I'm getting that a lot on. That's beyond the beyond, baby. Blue Edward. It wasn't blue taunt. I've got blue with everyone but taunt. I'm so sorry. We will get the flying potato. But yeah, I think the rhythm for the defense is very much pressing the button in line with the orange crystal bouncing while smashing. But I'm not quite sure about offense because I get it a lot more consistently on the defensive side. Interesting to know, though. At least I've been very good with getting the defensive ones. Where am I going with my life? I've forgotten. I had 4 of those summoners earlier. It's great fun when enemies have a lot of shit going on. I think we figured it out though, boys and girls. I think we got this. I'm gonna try something. Okay. Yeah, I think you do have to mash the face buttons whilst tapping in time to the crystal. For optimal godliness. Yeah, I think before I was doing it in time with the other, but with the face buttons rather than D-pad. So, yeah. I'm mashing directions, or I'm pressing directions in line. So left for the blue double, or the blue attack, the blue jumping attack. Right for super crit, and then up for defense. Yeah, my Riddell in Chrono Cross was fucking stupid. She was like just shy of Surge. Don't know why. That was funny. Well, it's just like I have to have enough enemies on the screen and I have to be good enough at the time. I need the opportunity. I need to be good when the opportunity arises. Can't muck about. This is the back row actually, isn't it? So that's why I'm dealing less damage. Come on, Tom, this is it. Close. I'm mashing the face buttons whilst also pressing the D-pad in time with the crystal. I got it wrong. Basically, you need to when it goes bonk like that, every time it bonks, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 is what I'm doing. Where the hell are the stairs? Taunt is anti-blue. Sucks, dude. Yo, Rush. Thank you very much for 37 months, my dude. Thank you very much for the support. I appreciate that. Oh, come on, that was it. I smashed it. Double guard. Oh my god. Oh, the double. Come on, Taunt, 3 in a row. No! No! I was so good! Did you... I've got it. That's right. That's how you do it. You tap the D-pad in line with the crystal and you mash... Oh! Come on! You mash the D-pad in line, because I used to mash the fucking face buttons. We figured it out. We figured it out. No. You the D-pad. You have to mash the face buttons as well. So when I first did the in time thing, I did the in time thing with the face buttons, like X, 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 X. That's not right. You have to mash the face button. So I'm doing X circle like this. Yeah, 7 inputs a second. So you have to have 7 inputs a second. I'm mashing X and circle to try and get the 7 inputs. Whilst that's going on, it has to be tapping the D-pad in line with the crystal touching and bouncing. So... the thing is, like, you're saying that, Tixar. No one's known how it actually works until, like, a few months ago. Like, honestly. We've just figured out the exact specifics of the timing. But if I manage to get 4 blue jump attacks in that, That's not random. That was intentional. I think we figured it out. Ladies and gentlemen, Beyond the Beyond is now a good game. We did it. Yes. So left is for the blue attack, right is for super crit, and up is for defense. So you've seen the amount of times that I've been able to like guard and like fully guard the damage out and then counter. Otogatuni is an absolute god, yeah. Like, he figured out all the stuff, like the directions and how the inputs work. So it's not, no one knew that you had to kind of like do D-pad, face button, all that kind of stuff. It's like, it's much more involved than that, which is the real shame. But I can try some other directions, I guess. But see if they actually work. But maybe. But it's really hard to mash and then do the other one there. Come on, taunt, dude. But yeah, I mean, like the discovery, like me figuring out, or say, like sorting out the D-pad presses being like that is not very important. The important thing is how the inputs have to work outside of that. Oh man, I got it, but we're only going to get a double attack. All they had to do was say tap the D-pad in timing with the crystals whilst mashing, or whilst pressing the face buttons. That's all they had to say. But I bet you that's actually how. I bet you the Otogatune's information that he sent you as well. Actually, if it's like maybe like accurately and precisely translated, probably says that as well. I'd be interested to know, in all honesty. No, you have to. I'm just saying, I got 4 blue jumps in a fight. It's pretty good. The information does have the D-pad mash. Okay, because I didn't see any information about the D-pad mashing in the thing myself when I saw it. I just saw the timing, or like the 7 inputs per second whilst pressing the D-pad. Why are you confused, Neon? What's up? Oh right, it's not the timing of the crystal, it's just the D-pad timing. So you have to do it in line like that. That's it. Doesn't have to be in time with the actual crystal, but that's the actual rhythm, right? Okay, sure. But it's more complex than just pressing one button. I'm using both the face buttons and the D-pad. Yeah. But why didn't they say that? Why didn't they say, look at the crystal for the timing you want, and then be like, are you pogging yet? And you go, yes, I am pogging. And they go, great, enjoy the game. And then basically, we erase 25 years of, oh, it's a shit game! No, crystal color is blue for you. Blue for you, orange for the enemy, that's all. It's just blue and orange, just for who's getting their go. Directions indicate the type of attack you're trying to get. So left is blue double jump attack, or the blue jump for the double attack. Right for super crit, up for defense. So I don't think we know anything about down yet. Don't step to me, Bonch. Up is defense, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, when you do up, I think you just guarantee the guard proc, I think, if you do up. Because, like, the amount of times that I've countered anyway, you just get one of the random, like, defensive properties kind of, like, given to you type deal. Why is this dungeon so many floors? Blue defense. I mean, like, well, the thing is, that's like, if you're gonna get hit and you go below the HP value, that just happens. Like, when you get a ting, you're gonna get the hit, you'll come back to life. It's not, the thing is, like, these things, you can't choose every single one, if you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to explain, I guess, but you can't choose every single one. Because I did right there, but I didn't get the super crit, I just got a regular crit with the fire rather than... So basically, there's a super crit there with taunt as well. So it's like, what I'm going for is... Okay, this game's amazing. Well, so yeah, different directions. So left is double attack, right is super crit. I guess maybe if you were to do left, right, maybe if you do that, like do the two, that's how you get a double super crit, by doing both left, right. And then up, maybe down does have a defensive property in very specific things. Oh, mashing up during groggy recover. Yeah. That is a thing, yeah. You get more You basically your LP you get more VP for your LP cost if you mash. Yeah, that I think we knew about that already though. That's not new. He's cursed. Yeah. Yo, new J-Bears, thank you very much for the $5. Thank you. Happy Camelot month. I greatly appreciate that, dude. If there's something in the incentives you want to put that money towards, please let me know. Why is this dungeon still going on, dude? Yeah, it's a good looking game. Maybe? Oh, mate, Palmer, we need to get this game into Limit Break, dude. We need to get this game into Limit Break. We need to get this game on the big stage so that everyone can see the wonder. The wonder, the glory. That's fine. That's fine. Play it in JP. If they don't accept JP games, I'm gonna kick and scream. Gonna throw a hissy fit. This game isn't awful though. I also think awful blocks really should fuck off. I'm not a big fan of them. Have the games in, but no need to sit there and be like, oh lol, the awful block. I don't know, not a fan. Not a fan. Memes, however, will always have a more potent place in our society than they deserve. Awful block to oddball block. No, that's where I came from. But I don't want to get it into GDQ. I don't care about GDQ. I want to get it into RPG Limit Break. That's what I'm saying. The thing is, like, in a marathon run, you wouldn't do that. In a marathon run, you can just easily go and do some things to, like, give yourself a higher chance of surviving. Grind up a few more levels. Grab some more armor. Nothing major. Where is the stairs, actually? I don't even know where the stairs are for this place. Honestly, am I going mad? Where the fuck are the stairs in this place? On this screen? I honestly don't know where I'm meant to be going on this screen. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, yeah, just do your vase stuff then. Also, yeah, I mean, yeah, I could have sworn that at the bottom of this though, what are we grabbing from the bottom here? That's why I'm confused. What are we grabbing from the bottom here? I can't remember. In English, please, Javen. Why am I just going back and forth over here? How the fuck? Am I going... I'm going absolutely mental. I can't seem to get into... There's those two chests on the right-hand side, yeah. But for some reason, I'm going nuts completely and cannot find my way down. Yeah, please. I literally can't remember the order of this. I mean, I can see the chests, but I've completely forgotten how the fuck I get down there. So, I've got to reset the room. Why? That's alright, I think I'll figure it out. I've been going back and forth pressing the same things and I think I'm just getting confused about what I need to do. Cheers, I can do that, that's all. Just let me know. Although we won't be able to fit that entire thing in, it would have to be BST girl, I guess. So this is what is set up at the start. Go past this one. Been going on way too long here. So press this one. No, that one needs to get pressed there. Let's do this first. Oh, he's dead. Oh, shit. Didn't see his HP. I didn't see his lack of LP, actually. Oh, well. Oh, well. Fuck him. Everyone else has got so much LP still. I believe so. Oh yeah, go. Okay, yeah, go along the line. This is not ideal. Oh god. Shit. My god, dude. Fucking orc lords, dude. Wow. I've just been down here too long now, so. Thought, wait, what? No, why? Why would I not go to the? Why would I not go on this branch here? Like press this button. That's the way I went though. I've already gone this way. I was already up here. Palmer asking me to trust him. What the hell? It's just been a long time since I've done this floor. I think I was looking for stairs rather than looking for answers. And step again. And then go round the bottom. Yes, it is indeed. Sakuraba did the composition for this as well, yeah. It's not mashing anymore. We figured it out. New information that arrived from the JP community. They broke down the game's code and figured out exactly how this works. The specifics of that wording has also been worked out, so no more mashing, boys and girls. I mean, technically mashing. Yeah, I have to mash because I'm on manual, but on a turbo controller you just have a thing. Yeah, I don't have a turbo controller, so I actually have to mash out the face button inputs, but the D-pad inputs have been worked out. Huh, yeah. Imagine using turbo. Imagine being that guy. Level 15, dude. I've been in here so long, I've grinded up like 19 levels. It's great. Look at this. Even Taunt's level 13. I think I came in here with 5 grand experience. I've just gained like 10 grand. Right, okay. That was a little bit wonky. We got a bit bodied. Probably. Strength 40, strength 37. No. They're all pretty hella though. 55, 50. I mean, even Edward's stronger than Annie now. The hell, Edward? Someone's been getting large. Oh, Annie's a lower level, that's why. Taunt is level. I mean, Edward's going up so fast, dude. He's gonna be level 20 before I know it. Good morning, John. How's it going, dude? Cheers for the luck, guys. Literally stealing other people's lunches. Wow. Illusion powder sells for 862. What the hell? Plastic geek. I'm going to save, actually. I need to save. So we've got the orb, which allows us to go to nighttime in Port Town Luna. The post game, which is like Act 3, is just really good actually in DQ11. It's very, very well done. Legit money. Agreed. Got a lot. I might try and do some more, like, of the manipulation. Cause, like, if you guys have just joined us, I had Professor Palmer join me to teach me the vase manipulation. So when you're in Port Town Luna, there is a guy you can speak to buy vases, and he will give you, well, you can either buy a regular vase or a bad vase, or a good vase kind of thing. There's like elemental vases or regular vases, like mystic they're called. The mystic ones sell for nothing. The elemental ones are super powerful, and they also sell for thousands. I love the music in Dragon Quest XI. I wouldn't say trash. I think that's an incredibly incorrect word to use for that. Everyone's just like, wham, middies! And I'm just like, I don't care. The compositions are nice. 2, 6. One, 2, 6, 12, 13. So 13 here, Palmer. It says 0, 0, 0. So does that mean just go straight on to the next one? With 13 slots, just go straight to 67. Cool. PS2. Yeah, with 13 slots, yeah. Okay. 67. Got a long to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 30. I think that's right. So I got my wind vase. I should have 2. Oh, there it is. Tornado vase. So sell 1. And do 4. 2, 3, 4. That's 4. Sell 1. $9. Right? Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another tornado vase, so it's 34 next. Right. This will be the last one I sell. I'm happy with the money. So 34. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 30. 34, so we want to do 27 now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two. And 20. Okay, so 20 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There it is. 11 next. So I've done 20. I should sell one. And then do 11, then sell 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Should give me one more. Yeah, and then sell 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 21. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1. And I should have 4 more. Cool. I guess I can just do that. If I do the next 2 rounds. So that's sell 1. I got 4 more. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I've got to sell 2. Perfect. And then do 8, and I'll get 2, and that'll fill up the thing. 1, 2. That should be it. Fuck yeah, dude. Sweet. So I did a few of those to get some money, and then I did a bunch to get more in the way of... Cheers, buddy. Well, I mean, thank you. You explained it very clearly, and it's very straightforward to learn. I'm going to use some stuff now. Source of Magic is probably best on Annie, right? So she has more chance to heal. Like, that's the best thing to use that for. So she can heal more? Or would you want to give it to Finn? Because Finn can then summon Steiner more often. What do you reckon's a better shout? More Steiners or more healing? I think healing. You give it to Finn. Yeah. You don't use Annie? What the fuck? Shit video game, dude. Terrible route. You should reroute the entire thing. I got a fair few Fire Drake vases as well, and those are the ones I need for the water dude. Angel Ocarina's too OP. That is true. They are very good. Having a ton of those is really, really nice. Right, so I want to use the Crescent Orb, I think it's called, and that'll give us access to nighttime. I think, yeah, do you have to use it outside or inside? I think you have to use it outside on the world map, and then you go in at nighttime. And then, yeah, you can get down to the lower side. Try using it in here just to make sure. It becomes jolly at night, yeah. Super nice and fun. Ladies! Sorry, mate. I thought there was a weapon shop down here as well. I'm just asking you out for dinner, come on! Nope. Excuse me. Want a piece of me? Yes. Thanks. Kiss. Oh! Sorry. Is that a bit of jealousy I detect, eh, Annie? For Johnny, please. That's the shop. Oh, God. The mages am become large. Sleeping powder. Should I get rid of that? It's worth a lot of money. Good afternoon, Mr. Argic. How's it going, dude? Cheers to the host. Do appreciate that, sir. Wait, what? Oh, I just bought the same thing he had. Whoops. How's it going, May the Ranger? High five. Big fan. But yeah, now that I did that manipulation to get loads and loads of money, look at all the shit I can buy. It's great. All the shit. So I need to get that heavy mail for Samson. .60 attack. Yeah, he's huge. He's a big boy. Source of growth. We did a bit of fun. We played some video games. We learnt about some manipulation. We utilised said manipulation. And we then did some other stuff. Buzz off, liver lips. Domino went to the island of Gaia. He said something about scooping up nature's water with a vase of life. Some statue. So you got to go and get that statue from that guy. I'm sorry for having it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry that people have to work during the day. I can't believe that. It's bullshit. So romantic. Okay, so now I've got to find the right person who's collecting the... Who would like this item? It piques man's desire for adventure. Oh, a blue, yeah. We figured out how this game works particularly. Well, I say we. This game was recently cracked open by the Japanese community, and the information about it all kind of started just flying thick and fast. And now, I think today, I mean, there were some bits and pieces of it that I didn't quite know, and we've worked that out today. So we know exactly how to play this game properly, which is good. Now, who's the sailor? Maybe it is someone in the bar. Could have sworn until I spoke to everyone. Do I have to go back to daytime again and then speak to the guy in daytime? I think it is. Because there's a guy during the day. Yo, Numbskull, thank you very much as well for 46 months, dude. That's almost 4 whole years, which is nuts. Camelot month! You're welcome. Thank you very much for stopping by again, dude. I hope you've been well. Over half a 4 score. Yeah. Cheers, mate. So I need that to get across the river. So now we can make our way over to the eastern of Gaia. I think that's the technical term. I think. I've actually done a run of this game before. It took 12 hours with the bare bones route I put together. But there is actually a real route in this game as well now, so there's that. Super crit! Probably from my main man, Mr. Professor Palmer. Welcome back, John. Please make sure to go and follow Mr. Professor Palmer, or just Professor Palmer, on Twitch, because he's a very, very funny man and a very cool speedrunner. Blue jump. Blue jump. Oh man, it's nice to know that these mechanics actually work. Taunt is really large. Oh, bloody Nora. +3 strength. The only reason I'm giving this a 1 is Byakuras. Attack 63 is like 10 higher. Oh, he's almost as strong as fucking Johnny. What? He's got the same strength. They have the same strength. Strength 40, strength 40. What actually is that? Yeah. An old school. It's an old school one, the Byakuras. The thing is his taunt is slow, so come on, give me good strength. Didn't get any speed up either. It's because he's a fully grown man and the rest are kids, obviously. Because it's, you know, a Japanese RPG. They are not Yoshi statues, no. Blue taunt. Blue taunt. I'm just saying I felt it that time. I knew I was going to get it. You know? I just knew in my heart of hearts that I was going to get it. I believed in myself and in my rhythm and in the fact that I now know exactly how to play this video game, and I am genuinely... This is a great game. Wow. Yeah. I know exactly how it works. There is no confusion in my mind for how this works. Yep. There's bits and pieces of information. Nah, he's too slow. He goes last. Having Annie up front just means that I get damage quicker. Taunt is powerful, but he's too slow. Pretty much, yeah. Time was a bit off there. But yeah, the thing is like, there's more than one layer to it, and I think that's the confusing thing, and it's like, it's hard for people to know exactly how it's done. Because you'll fail in one way and not quite get it. But like recently, as I was saying, the Japanese community broke the game down and figured out the details about it all, and the fact that you need to have 7 inputs a second occurring on the face buttons, whilst yeah, 7 inputs a second happening on the face buttons, whilst also tapping the D-pad in a different direction in the rhythm that is shown by the crystals. So they'll bounce a certain way, and then you need to tap the directions. Tap different directions in that rhythm with the D-pad, whilst getting 7 inputs a second on the face buttons. So it's very, very specific. But yeah, left is for a certain output, right is for a certain output as well, and then up is for defense. So yeah, that's the basics of how that works. It's hard to get it right, because the inputs matter just as much as the rhythm. So, but now that we have that, I'm pretty sure that like the communities are going to write up a bit more properly exactly how it works, and then we have the information out there at last for people to enjoy the game. Blue jump. Really? That was good timing. Guard. So that guard happened because I was pressing up to the rhythm while smashing the face buttons. No, Samson's cursed because of story stuff. At the beginning of the game, you get Samson join the party, and he's like hella strong, like hitting everyone for like 40 and just laughing. But then he then get caught by an evil magish, and said evil magish gives him the business and curses him. It's not every time he attacks. It's in line with a lot of other things like the ghosts in Golden Sun and the curses in Shining Force as well. Like, it's a mechanic that exists in the game. Like, that's just how they've... The idea of being cursed in Camelot games is just the same. There's a chance of something happening. You'll get your turn, nothing will happen. You'll get your turn and you'll take damage, or you don't get your turn. That's just there. But the thing about this one being annoying is that because he's so powerful, the more damage he deals, the worse it is for him, because he takes a quarter of the damage he deals back. So if you get like a super crit with him, ideally, really, you don't actually mash with Samson, and you don't do the APS. Excuse me. Yeah, you don't actually do the APS with Samson, so that you don't ever have to worry about him. I mean, there's the RNG element that it could happen as a crit just by random, but you don't actually want it to, you know, go down. And the thing is like sometimes you get the outcome even if you don't get the ting sound. Ting. I just call it the ting, I'm sorry. I don't mean like, it's the ting, man. I mean like it's a sound. Being onomatopoeic, please. If you're wondering why there's a dragon flying around, that's Steiner, Finn's little dragon buddy. I haven't really talked about him at all in the last 2 days, but Steiner is a guy who exists. He's a talking dragon, and that's cool. It's weird that he follows you at the beginning of the game. There's a reason for that, though. Oh, come on, that was super crit. That's super crit. A double super crit as well. Ha! Yeah. Except it's actually useful. Steiner's actually useful and has some kind of narrative purpose, I guess. I don't know, I haven't played Luna to know if null means shit. But from what I've seen of High Spirits playing Luna, it doesn't seem like null does anything, so I could be wrong about that. Fair. I probably should give those games a go at some point. They just don't really seem to be up my alley. But everyone raves about them, so. I think I was remembering watching, I think it was HS and RPGC were doing some Sega CD version stuff. I know that High Spirits runs all of the Luna games. All of the Luna games. Yes, all of the Luna games. Even that one. Hmm. Maybe. I mean, people rave about them, so they must be good, right? That is true. You make a very, very fair point. I still need to play the demo of that Brigandine game because everyone's been like, "You should do it. We will hate you if you don't," which has been, you know, a lot of pressure. It's not so much a remake as it is a new game in the series, isn't it? A new game in the Brigandine. Source of wisdom. Illusion potions are the they're the that's the encounter down jobby, isn't it? I should probably use the resist duel at some point. I have it. It's half damage. Yo, cheers, Balrog. That's what I'm meant to be doing, right? Showing how much of a stupid fan I am for loving these games way too much. That's my job. Happy to do it. Four, 1 east, then 3 north. The new resting place of the Guardian will appear. Hell yeah, dude. Did it. Now I need to heal up because... Welcome to my inn. Thank you, kind lady. I'd love to stay in the inn. I can't wait to get a sub 6 in the speedrun of this game, because that's definitely going to happen. I do wish to continue my journey. Okay. We've been going for almost 6 hours. I took a break at 1 hour and took a break at 3, so this is a good time to take a break, I think. IMO. Taking a very short break. Oh no! It's important, guys, to remember to stand up, stretch your legs, have a good old time, don't get killed by assassins and bugbears, and so on and so forth. Big bears, let's go. Fire truck, and then fire on the bugbears. No, on the assassins. They're bezies for Ezzy. Excuse me. Chills. Cool, this is the next dungeon, where our first big boss of the game really resides. It's been a while, and obviously we haven't done a big boss, but that is where the first big boss is. Yeah, we got some level ups coming in from our characters, thick and fast. You're going to be another level. I mean, Edward's just so fast leveling up. Speed 13. I feel like I should have the speed ring, but maybe it's in here. Anyway, yeah, short break. Don't go anywhere. Thank you very much for watching thus far. I hope you're enjoying it. I know it's been a bit weird. Not weird, but like it's been a very like eclectic day. I feel we've had a guest. We've learned some stuff. We've figured some things out. We've figured out exactly what the Japanese meant by a lot of their notes, and now we have unlocked Beyond the Beyond. And yeah, I hope I have. I know obviously I'm not going to expect people to be like, yeah, this game is suddenly really good. But I do feel like people can go, huh, actually, you know what? There is a good game here if you know how to play it. Which is no one's fault. It's completely the fault of no one but it's not the player's fault at all that they don't know how to play this game. But when you do figure it out, it's actually pretty sweet. So if you do own the game, give it another go. Yeah. Right. Back in a mo. Very, very short break. Enjoy it. Stand up. Drink some water. You know, stretch your legs. Move about. Do some push-ups or something. I don't know. Whatever you need to do during your break. I'll be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. And I hope you have a cracking day. Cracking time. Whatever you're doing. And I'll see you in 3. Cheers. I hope you've enjoyed Annie just blinking at you. I forgot that I left it on that screen. And that's got to be the most terrifying thing to ever walk into a stream on. Be like, oh, hey guys. Whoa! And be like, I'm very sorry. But yeah, just Annie blinking at you. You know that meme gif of the guy just like blinking and being like, oh god, that's kind of it, you know? Angry face, big chin. There you go. She's using her entire IQ to blink. Why is her IQ so low, actually? That's a good point. Camera back on. BRB thing away. Let's go. Samson belongs in Tekken. The continuing adventures of Johnny Beyond. Yeah, it's like the new adventures of Johnny Quest, right? That's a big upgrade. Was that Taunt again? That wasn't Taunt, was it? Who just leveled up? That was Samson. That was Samson. Big man Samson. Look at that. Huge. Such a large boy. Johnny Quest was cool, yeah. The opening theme to the new adventures of Johnny Quest is just godlike. I thought it was that you had to do. Was it not that? I thought you had to, yeah, drop it off on that. Might be thinking of a different place to drop it off at. Ah, yes, there it is. Venture Bros was the best Johnny Quest. Jesse and Hudgy, yeah. Wait a second. Oh, it's taking my MP, that's what it's doing. Oh, shit. No super crit. This game has a steep learning. It's not a steep learning curve insofar as it's a lot to learn, but you can learn it. It's incredibly lacking in explanation. The battle system using the APS system is pivotal to the progression and comfort that you get from playing this game, but it's just lacking in clarity of how it works, how to use it, how to succeed with it. But yeah. Well, I played this. This is my fourth time playing the game. I did 2 casual playthroughs, a speedrun kind of playthrough, and I was getting somewhat successful with the actual system. Just I didn't know the precise way how it worked. I got the concept, but actually how to succeed at it, I wasn't so good at. But cool. That's good. But yeah, I've played it a few times now, and it's pretty sweet. So VP is your HP. When you lose all of your, it's kind of like Saga basically, but it's more active than Saga. When you lose all of your, oh wow, you've got ice as well. When you lose all of your VP, you go into a groggy state, and when your turn comes around, you use up your turn to expend LP to restore VP. When you run out of LP, you can no longer restore yourself when you go groggy, so you die. It's not a one-to-one restore, no. It's LP is just kind of like an amount, essentially. It's an amount that you have, and you expend maybe like 5 to get back like 20 VP or something. It's not accurate. It's not consistent. It's just a variable amount. You can basically mash to get more out from your LP whenever you use it. So much damage. Fuck. Oh man, that's so annoying. You can't go up the stairs until you get rid of both of the statues. You can see it when it's down, but when it's above, you can't really see it. Kind of sucks. Wind, please. Can we please kill one? Thank you. Jesus fuck. LP is just, you can go to any shop, any inn, and restore it that way. Fuck me, dude. This is tough. I have been getting a little bit bodied in here, like unnecessarily so. Like I also drained all my MP without realizing that that's what those purple tiles were doing. I thought they were the ones that I needed to get to. So I ended up wasting like a ton of MP. Very bottom. I can lose Samson to this shit. It's so bad. Come on. I mean, you can still use breath. That will kill Samson if both of them do it. It's just that they go first because I haven't been getting much speed up. They're going first and they're just dealing massive damage, and they have the AoE is just huge, sadly. Just got a bit unfortunate in some certain turns. It's going to make this fight really difficult, in all honesty. This fight's going to be really, really hard. I'm going to lose Samson super early. I think that's the last floor. Yeah. Okay, fire vases on everyone. Let's get them off of you, because you have a bunch. So let's get them, because you're going to die early, I think. Fire Drake vase over to Taunt, who's got a bunch. Samson, Thunder Vase, Wood, Samson, Tornado Vase. Mage's Potion on Taunt. Mage's Potion on Annie. Mage's Potion on Edward. Domino! You just go to any inn, your LP will restore. Shootat will be pleased to hear that I dispatched of all of you. Great. Good shit, Hamson. Yeah, these vases, as obviously you can see, are doing a shit ton of damage. Super helpful. Thank God. See, how clutch is that for APS? Like, that's why the system is really good. Someone's close to dying. Oh, damn. Again, this thing should be. This thing would already be dead in JP. Shit. Speed 1. Good. Yeah, the vase manipulation is very powerful for that reason, because it allows you to get as many as you want. Like, I mean, there are other ways to get it. It's a lottery if you get them, obviously, if you just mash it. But the manipulation is really good for that. Yeah, Funnians, thank you so much indeed for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed the run at Limit Break. It was a good one. I enjoyed it. I remember it very, very vividly as well. Super fun. But welcome to Camelot Month, where we play crisps. Oh hell no, these are biscuits. Got my malted milks on deck. Yeah. Well, welcome to Camelot Month, which is all about playing Camelot's RPGs, including all of the Shining games. And this delight. No, cookies and biscuits are different things. Mm-hmm. See, a cookie, like a chocolate chip cookie, that's a cookie, that is. A biscuit is a biscuit. Yeah. The bean. You must have the magic bean. And we're here for the same reason. I don't suppose you would want to give the bean to me. I didn't think so. Since you saved my life, I will give you the vase of life. Thanks, Domino. Sweet, let's do just that. I want to use my guiding branch. Yeah, I play a lot of Camelot content, in all honesty, and I also do a lot of speedrunning kind of stuff. For Camelot, I do like all the gold, 2 of the Golden Suns, 2 out of 3 of the Golden Suns, and a bit of Shining Force 3 as well. I guess you could say that cookies are a form of biscuit. But the word biscuit just means like twice cooked or something like that. It just kind of like refers to the way that it's made. But yeah, anything of that ilk are biscuits. Oh yeah, I mean, I've told many times. I've mentioned it many times that there should not be emulator should not. You should separate emulated and console. And console should be the standard rather than emulation, but no one would want to add an hour and a half onto their run, because Holy Ark is a long game on console because of how much slowdown there is and lag on console. Shopkeeper is here. But yeah, I didn't do the original route for that game, but I did do a route. Both myself and Draciel did routes separately, and we actually came to some similar conclusions, funnily enough. But no, it was good fun doing that with him. It was enjoyable. Yo, Funyuns, thank you very much indeed, as well, for promoting yourself to the fighting class with Twitch Prime. I appreciate that. Step out of the caravan, join us on the front lines. Thank you, thank you. Pretty much, yeah. It's that kind of difference in speed. But again, PC is like a official release, whereas emulation is very different to console. So I don't want to. I mean, I could run it on emulator just to prove that I can do a time that good. Yo, TC as well with 22 months. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. Big hits there. A bit too slow right now. Better. I'm starting to slow down my inputs because I feel like I need to be a bit slower, but actually I should speed up. Yeah. So to be fair as well, like the actual strats I do differently on console are kind of interesting because when you play on console, there is actually like specifically elements of the game where it lags that it forces me to do different strategies in order to get through that game, because well, in a as fast as I can, because there are certain screens where I cannot grind. Blue jump. Yeah, there are certain screens where I cannot grind because it's too delayed. Poseidon is a piece of shit. Poseidon is a piece of shit. Watery Grave is a great move. Do you like random death procs? No? Well, fuck you. Essentially how that works. If you don't like the Watery Grave proc, it's gonna proc. So pretend you enjoy it and you'll get through it. miss on one. Big crit. Yeah. Come on, Bowie. Get better at it. My timing's going off a bit. Blue jump from Annie! It's so cool, dude. Now that we know how this works, thank you very much. 25 years. 25 years. And suddenly we know how a video game works. Yep. Blue jump. There you go. So basically, the way that it works, again, this will take a while, and people who are watching the VODs are going to be like, haven't you just discussed this like a million times? But, Speed 2! That's what I'm talking about, Annie! Legend! So the way that it works is that you have two types of mashing. You've got the mashing with the D-pad and the mashing with the face buttons, and they both have to be going on simultaneously. They have to be going on simultaneously in order for you to succeed. The D-pad has to be hit in rhythm to the crystals, not on the crystals, but like it's not. You don't have to do it in time with the crystal, but it's the same time as the crystal. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. So it's like you don't have to hit it every time the crystal bounces, but that's the rhythm it needs to be. It doesn't have to be in sequence with it, but at the same pace. That's kind of how that has to roll. And then you're mashing 7 inputs per second on the face buttons. And then you've got different outputs based on what direction you're pressing. The down direction does nothing. We know that much. Left and right are the offensive inputs, and up is the defensive input. So when the enemy's doing it, you do it like that. Mashing the inputs whilst... That's another one. There you go. Big guard. Super crit. So that one there was right hand, was pressing right on the D-pad. So when you hold right, or when you do right on the D-pad to the thing whilst getting 7 inputs on the face button mash, you do what's called a super crit, which is that yellow dust, and then you slam up. The fire trail is just a regular crit, but a super crit is the yellow dust trail with the jump up. If I'm tapping left, I'll get the blue jump, which is like a double attack with a blue hue, which is just stronger than a regular double attack. But it's not as strong as a double crit or a super crit. So this one here, this Johnny and Steiner's dual attack, that is Finn's. That is Finn's super crit. So whenever you land that is his super crit. Like the big dust and the jump up, that's the same thing for Finn. Yeah, and when you press up, you basically get like the guards, like the damage mitigation or the counter or the survival if you get hit and you go below VP, you don't go into groggy state. But yeah, all that kind of stuff has been figured out now, and yeah, because no one knew quite exactly what the rhythms were. Because I know that when I was learning the game, or when I was trying to figure it out myself a while ago, I was trying to tap the face buttons in time with the crystals. It didn't work, so it's hard to know why you were succeeding or failing. But now we know. And the reason we know is because the Japanese community basically went into the code and just like disassembled the game. So we now can just, yeah, they figured it out basically. They went into the code and found out. Big guard. But you need to have 7 inputs per second on the face buttons, and you need to have the right timing. You can get like more or less accurate version. So there's like the perfect version. When you get the super crit or you get the blue jump, that is the perfect input. You've got it right. You've got the 7 inputs per second, and you've got the D-pad on the right frame or on the right rhythm. There will be times when you'll hear the ting sound, but you don't get those exact inputs, which are good but not perfect. You know, think of it like if you were playing like Shadow Hearts. The super crit and the blue jump are the blue, or you know, like the strike area rather than hit. It's the same thing as that basically. You're not getting if I get all of it perfect, it's like hitting all 3 strike areas in Shadow Hearts. Whereas if I was to get 2 in Shadow Hearts, it would be not a perfect. It would be like a hit strike, but not a perfect. That's the easiest way to describe it, I guess. Super crit. How many party members? It's 5 in battle, but you get this lot. So this is the main 5. Oh, well, to be fair, Taunt's like semi-secret, I guess, into a degree. He's like a semi-secret character. These 5, you get Lorelei, Domino, and Percy. So 8 characters. So that wasn't perfect because you heard the ting, so I got a regular double attack, but I did not get the blue jump, which would be more damage. Yeah. Ding. Blue jump. So yeah, that one there, you heard the ting. I took damage, but that was 2. I took 2 damage, so that's just damage mitigation. So yeah, I would normally take more than 2 damage from the red skeletons, but I only took 2 because I guess so. Yeah. How's it going there, Ludus Dolls? This is Beyond and Beyond. It was one of the very, very, very first counter, maybe? Oh, just damage reduction. It was one of the very first RPGs to hit the PS1. It came out in 1995, as it says below. Yeah. You would be correct in that regard, because it's made by the same developers. Welcome to Camelot, where we're playing all the games made by Camelot Software Planning, from the early Shining games all the way through to Golden Sun, Dark Dawn. That's the name of the event, that's what it's for. We ambushed the monsters, did we? Yeah. There are a variety of cool games being played and some incentives to be met still for some of the games to like basically challenge me. It's like a series of challenge playthroughs, speedruns, casual playthroughs, interactive playthroughs as well to kind of like just celebrate the people who made these games because they were great. a lot of times. I mean, inevitably I will be asked the same question loads of times over the course of an event. I should have some more commands available so I don't have to keep saying it. Maybe for the VOD's sake. People watching the VODs are going to be like, you just keep saying the same thing. Well, deal with it, alright? I've got a live audience here who are asking questions. Relax, alright? I'm not falling for that one. Yep, absolutely. More Camelot fans, the better. But yeah, I haven't actually done my spiel for a while. But yeah, if it is kind of like your first time seeing the event, this is Camelot Month 3, as I said. Please use the hashtag Camelot Month 3, the number 3, if you want to talk about it on Twitter or on other social media. Essentially, it's just a big celebration and a bit of fun. We're raising money to keep my stream and my livelihood going, keep myself afloat. But also, a portion of the amounts raised this year, I will be donating to charity as well. The Motor Neurone Disease Association is a UK-based charity that supports the sufferers of and the families of those who suffer with motor neurone disease. This is known in America as ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. They amount to the same thing. And yeah, it is a cause that's close to my heart. Very important cause as well, I think. It's just about, first of all, raising money to support the charity, but also to raise awareness to that particular cause and disease as well, because it's one of those things where it's not the most known disease around, and it's not a nice one. So that's kind of why I'm doing this. I mean, I'm doing this to celebrate the games, but this year I wanted to add that element to it too, because it's important that I do that, I think. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing what kind of incentives that are available, the CM incentives command is the one you want to use. All the commands are down in the middle underneath the game feed. We've met a lot of them. There's still some more to go. There are obviously naming bid wars for naming the characters in the games, so it's one of those things. And there is also the shop where you can grab some Camelot Month goodies with featuring the splash art for this event, which is amazing. If you haven't seen it, is this bad boy right here. Ba-boom, bosh, look at that. Yeah. But of course, you feel free to just sit down, enjoy the games, get involved in the conversation, or just relax and lurk in chat. Take part, just be here and enjoy the goodness. That's all that really matters. Well, I mean, of course everything else is an extra bonus, that would be lovely, but you are under no obligation to. Only feel free to support monetarily if you want, have the means to do so. Never push yourself too far. Look out for number 1. Very cool is like the understatement of the millennium. It's absolutely insane. Couldn't believe it when I saw that. I was just like, are you kidding me right now? My artist did a very good job. Okay, so who's ready for Samson to get his curse cured? Because everyone's always like, oh wow, it's on for way too long. It's on for well over half the game. It's not. We do one more dungeon and then we get rid of it. It's like, it's not that much at all. So cool, it's a pogsicle. I was very impressed when I saw it, and I've been very emotional ever since I first saw the way. Because like I was speaking to my artist, and actually at some point I'd like to actually have him on to have a chat with him about the stuff. But yeah, I remember having a chat with my artist and saying, this is the idea I had for what I want this year, and he sketched it up as I was talking to him about it. And he just sent me a basic sketch, and it looked pretty much, not exactly like that, but the shape and the feel of it was exactly as you see it today. And I'm just like, you can't be serious that I gave you minuscule amounts of information, and bosh, we get that on day one. I'm just like, Christ. Interpreted everything I kind of like was thinking so perfectly. I couldn't quite believe it. Okay, so we're going to be climbing up to the tower of Arawn. Arawn is a big old dude. So, in this dungeon, we have, whenever you touch the dew, you've got a certain amount of steps to get to a bud to be able to sprout the bud properly. So you've got to find a dew drop and then get it to the nearest bud. You have, I think it's like 20 steps, maybe? Great start! Great! See, this is why the resist jewels are really good. It's too slow. Speed up, though. Super crit! Super crit! Oh my god, I'm so good at this game. There is no submitted US at any percent time. No. The Japanese version of this game is much better for the run. There are a couple of glitches that aren't in this game, and there are some things that are in this game, but the biggest thing that this game is lacking in terms of speed and being good for speed is that in this game, the enemies have 40% more VP than they do in the Japanese version. They really buffed the enemies' HP because they felt that the original Japanese HP was too low. I beg to differ, obviously. There's a lot of HP on these enemies. So I mean, I've done this game in about 12 hours. I think I did a run 2 years ago. So yeah, I have done a run, but I just never submitted it because why? No need to. Super crit. Yep, the 511 is done by Oto Gatuni, who is very good at this game. GG's on Poseidon. Get record, create Beyond the Beyond US running community. What about the rest of the world? Why just the US? I've always found that thing. It's either the Japanese, it's one of those things where like the gaming is either Japan or US. I'm like, but what about us? But yeah, this game never came out in Europe as well, to my knowledge, as always. But yeah. At least we got Terranigma. Yeah. Yeah, we got Terranigma. That makes up for everything else. Literally every single game. The amount of times that people are surprised at how many games we didn't get. And we're like, yeah, we didn't get that. we didn't get that. We didn't get that. And they're like, wait, really? And like, yeah. The one that I always find funny is when people are like, wait, no Chrono Trigger, no Chrono Trigger, no Chrono Cross, no FF6, no FF4, no FF1. Chrono Trigger first released in 2014, 2013, when it came to the DS. When Chrono Trigger came to DS, that's when we got it for the first official release. We didn't even get the PS1 version. Thankfully, we didn't get SMRPG. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, PogChamp. Really? Well, that's unfair because Final Fantasy Mystic Quest or Mystic Quest Legend is a really good game, so that's kind of like not a strong comparison though. I know you mean Mystic Quest on the SNES. Mystic Quest Legend, yes, that's a really good game. Are we... Is that... I don't know. That game's good, dude. That game is good. Level 16, strength 2, speed 111. The American name for the Game Boy one is Final Fantasy Adventure. It's just known as Mystic Quest for us, obviously. This is the right way to go. I don't want to go the right way. I want to grab some items first. It's why I get very, very frustrated when people call the SNES one do they just call it Mystic Quest? Because there's a game called Mystic Quest, like, whose name is just Mystic Quest. Like, if you refer to the SNES one, just either call it FF Mystic Quest or, I mean, yeah, just call it FF Mystic Quest. It'll do a lot more to help separate the games from more people, I think. Be very considerate of you to call it Final Fantasy Mystic Quest or FF Mystic Quest for the European audience out there who get confused, because Final Fantasy Adventure is good. It's a very good game, and I will also stand by. I will stand by FF Mystic Quest. I will stand by that. It's a good game. Never said it was the best game. Just said it was a good game. That's all I said. It's a good game. The Saga games are really good, yeah. I think we were mentioning it yesterday because I think the idea, like the HP system in this game is obviously rather reminiscent of Saga in a way, or at least the Romancing Saga stuff onwards. I didn't like Legend 1 or 2 or Saga 1 and 2, but Saga 3 was pretty solid. I found it harder to enjoy Saga 2 specifically. Was just I didn't get on with that at all. It's really weird. Like again, the same is true with Romancing Saga. I wasn't really. I had to put down RS2. I couldn't complete it for some reason. But then RS3, that's some pog champ stuff there. Nice. I can't think back to what my first RPG was, because it was definitely before I had memories, or before my memories started to become clearer to me. Like, I just remember playing all kinds of things. Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy Adventure, Terra Nigma Illusion of Gaia, all there, just in my memory. All those games. But I could never tell you what my very first RPG was. Pokemon Blue. FF4 was your first. Please. Wind level 2. So you're probably wondering why Johnny is taking half damage. So in this game, there are items called Resistance Jewels and Resistance Orbs. Resistance Jewels will give one character half magic damage taken. If you use this in battle, it will give you, you'll half your magic damage taken. What's really cool about it, though, is when you do it, it sticks. It never ends. You have, for the rest of the game, half magic damage. So you can eventually buff up everyone in the game to have half magic damage. Which is obviously really good. So I popped that on Johnny, so he's great. Also, I saw the words. Yes, Kenji Ito was the composer for Seiken 1. He also did the sound design as well, alongside, because Hiroki Kikuta did the composition for Secret of Mana, but Kenji Ito was part of the sound team in that game as well. Kenji Ito is amazing. That guy is so good. All of his Saga compositions as well are fantastic. He's an absolute beast. I love Kenji Ito. Boom Smash Snares. The ones you're thinking of are in SD3, not in Secret of Mana. I'm pretty sure. Kenji Ito is a god. You say we, I don't. I think that soundtrack's amazing. Well, your team is silly. Tell them I think your entire team is silly. Thank you. For me, it reminds me of... for me personally, it reminds me of Breath of Fire 2. Imagine playing... Oh, baby. Imagine if the entirety of Breath of Fire 2 was Infinity. If you were just in Infinity the entire time, that's basically what this game's encounter rate is. I would actually say that Infinity is probably worse than this game. The encounter rate. I think that this has worse lows, like in terms of like how many you can get. You can get like I think you can get. This has more variability basically. Infinity is like consistently shit. It's definitely not as bad as this at its worst, but this isn't at its worst all the time. You know, that's the thing about this one. This definitely has worse lows, but Infinity is just consistently shit. It does have many, many problems, but we have recently figured out the biggest issue I think this game has. And that is the consistency of the gameplay and the battle system. Now, maybe there's an APS on the field. Maybe. God. Crit. Crit. Just Bowie things, you know? Shit. Not okay. Big crit! Jesus Christ, this is not good. Double Nagas are just scary because of the fact that they can just open up with AoE. So unfortunate. I just wish that like if they could do that much damage that they were slower, you know. Yeah, VP is HP. It just stands for vitality points rather than hit points. So, it's the same thing. And LP is it's similar to but not the same as Saga, because in Saga, if you lose all your HP, you're out of the fight until you get healed, or any spell of healing will revive you. But you lose one LP for going down to 0 HP. And if you go down to 0 HP enough, you die, and you're gone forever. But if everyone in the party is on 0 HP, you're dead. But if everyone is on 0 VP, you just all go into groggy. So you actively use up your LP to ungroggy. Ungroggy is not a word, but roughly that's how it works. It's not random. When they get their turn is used up trying to ungrog. Really? A lot of HP on that thing. This game is not bad. This game is flawed, but I do not think it's a bad game. This is not ideal. But again, I mean, for me, one of the big things about this game and what makes it so tricky is the fact that it is very resource intensive and hard, and all the encounters and all that kind of stuff, and a lot of RNG in how much you level up to be able to kind of like be successful in many aspects of the game. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff going on with this game for sure, and won't ever try and defend that. But yeah, for me, the biggest thing when I played it, the biggest thing that was like really stressful was that the APS system was not consistent. But now that I'm figuring it out, and now that I know it, this is a horrible fight. Holy shit. That is probably death. Wow. None of them used AoE when I try and run. Run! Shadow Hearts is an incredible series, yeah. It really deserves a little bit more time in the sun because it is just very, very good. That was too much. super crit and a block. I'm just absolutely nailing the APS system today. Based Japanese community. Yeah, I mean, as I say, the APS system being figured out is huge for my enjoyment of this game. No! Bullshit! Until very recently, the systems in this game were not known or not understood. But they've finally been figured out. There is no in-game tutorial for how the battle system works, and the booklet has very little information to actually work with for us to kind of know what we're doing. It was never fully explained in the game. It's just not. It's just it's literally like in the booklet. It's just as vague as like, yeah, if you hit in a rhythm, if you just like press with a rhythm and press the button in a certain way, you can get cool stuff happening, and that's all it says. And there's no information at all online. But some people recently broke the game down, disassembled it, and figured out all of the stuff going on underneath the hood. So now everyone's like, oh, you can do that, you can do this. Yeah, see, like mashing is not good. It kind of like goes against what the system's trying to get you to do. Basically, it fights against what the game's doing, which is understandable that people would do it. But it's also kind of like tricky. But yeah, it's a much more specific system. You have two things going at once. You've got the D-pad, where you have to hit in rhythm to the crystal. The same rhythm of the crystal. It doesn't have to be in time with the crystal, but at the same rhythm. The same pace as the crystal would be, but it doesn't have to be actually in time with it itself. And then whilst you're doing that, you need to get 7 inputs per second on the face buttons. You don't have to mash ruthlessly. Like, doing it too much is also a bad thing. You just have to get 7 inputs per second. Pretty much, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. It's one of those things that I want to read. I want to see yeah, that blue jump is godly. I want to see. I want someone to kind of like do a proper translation, an accurate translation of the booklet. And what it says in the Japanese version, just to see if there is actually any information there, because, yeah. Fuck's sake. You want to clear them in one turn, or you have to deal with this, and this just wrecks your HP. And this is like how you go through your MP. Like, if MP didn't if healing didn't cost 3, I think it would have been a lot better as well, because the MP is, you don't have that much MP. Considering how dangerous the enemies are and can be, you haven't got the MP to sustain it. I've already gone through all of my potions here. It's just crazy. But yeah, I always liked the idea of the APS system, even when I didn't fully grasp it, because like I got some bits and pieces of it. But now that I like fully get it, I really enjoy it. 16 slots per character in terms of inventory. I haven't got a group heal, Raving Loon. I don't recall seeing it. Maybe. I haven't checked. I could have sworn that was a little bit later. But maybe. I haven't actually looked, to be fair. Let's have a look. Does she have it? No. Much later, I think. I think that's like, she doesn't get that until she's promoted, no? Whoops, that's a waste. Is this isn't the moon and this isn't the night and day dungeon, is it? I think it might be, you know. Yeah, Holy Light is the attack spell, yeah, the AoE attack. No, come on. Let's not. Let's not. This is Sakuraba doing both, yeah, doing the composition for both games. That's why it sounds familiar, because it's the same composer. I am almost, I think I'm actually out. I got one more. Jesus Christ. Sakuraba was pretty good, yeah. Also, can you just chill? Like, I get you don't like it, but you know, don't need to remind me every other second how bad you think it is. It is certainly, I mean, it is, in my opinion, it's definitely like their least strong title overall. The least coherent of their games for sure. There is good stuff in it, but it's just you have to really push past all of the things. I'm willing to give it that go. Let me guess, healing light now or something. Strength 4. Jesus. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through this, you know. I haven't got enough MP. This is a long dungeon. I didn't think I'd struggle so much to get up here in the first place. This is. Go on. Nah, we're fucked. I don't really want to have to go back, but I might have to, you know. It's an unfortunate part of this. Yeah, this is a lot of AoE right now, and I'm struggling to not get completely hammered by it. And yeah, I'm just out of magic. That's the sad thing. My healing herb. Yeah, I mean, if my leveling had been a little bit better in my favor, I should probably maybe try some. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't intend to get a game over. Don't worry. I'll know when I have to get out of here. Yeah, Annie's a pretty strong fighter. She's very, very powerful. She's got like +4 strength just there. It's so stupid. I have no idea where she's getting that much, but yeah, she's like dumb. I recall the hammer being quite important, actually. You need to break a floor at some point to continue. Yeah, the AoE is crazy strong, really, really powerful, and just absolutely annihilates you. So it's like whenever you have enemies that just have it, you don't want to fight it out of fear. You just hope they use single target like that, because now that thing's got no damage. It's not at all a threat. At least if the damage was a little bit less, you know. I mean, even using the resist. I think this is the thing about the resist duel. Like, this is why it's so integral, the resist duel, because like if you get it, So the person who you use it on is just going to be like having a laugh, like absolutely loving that shit. You know, it's pretty good. There it is. Is this which door's this? It's that door. Oh, well, I mean, you get a resist orb later, which does the same thing. As in, everyone in the party gets the resistance gain. Yeah, yeah. If the wizards weren't so fucking fast. That's it for Samson. One more hit for Samson, pretty much, and he's dead. This is the way we came the first time, isn't it? How will you know to search for the hammer? Well, I guess try. You try. Yeah, I mean, going around, well, yeah, you open up the moon path, but I'm pretty sure that's not where I need to go. I'm pretty sure that that's where I started from, in the center here. Unless I'm being an idiot. Some of these screens do look alike, but I guess this is the right one. Well, yeah, I just can't remember the details of this one, but yeah. Come on. Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie. You are okay. You are okay. Cool. You finally come! Such brave young people! I used to go by the name of Rawn. Add a T and you get a Shining Force 3, boss. You are the almighty Arawn. You look like a mere old man. A mere old man, you say? I'd suggest you watch what you say in my presence. I'm sorry that my present form disappoints you. I have never felt a need to show off. That's a good point. Fair. Yeah. Finally we get rid of the curse. It's not, as I say, it's not even on that long. People do, like, it is an annoying curse, don't get me wrong. I appreciate that, and it does go on for a little bit longer than it really should, but they do overblow just how long it's on for. It's a beautiful view. You've never seen anything so it's just some mountains, bro. Good angle. We got a good angle going on. Mountains are impressive, but like, these ones aren't so much. Wild Arms Mountains. The sky looks very foreboding. Have you heard of the Abyss? Beyond the Abyss lies the Underworld and the Vicious Ones. The Underworld? Yep. The Underworld and the Common World should remain separate and never interact. That was the agreement, but the agreement is about to be broken. The ominous cloud you saw is above the kingdom of Bandor. Bandor. I just keep thinking of Ballandor whenever I read that. It reminds me of that guy in White Knight Chronicles who says, he says it in that really weird, like, Ballandor. Bandor's aggression is related to that evil cloud. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Relax. If you fail to stop Bandor and the Vicious Ones, it will develop into a dispute between two worlds. As part of the agreement, I cannot personally interfere in this battle. That is why I had you come here. Check it. Big old stone tablet. Bosh. After you restore Marion and purge the evil from Bandor, this ancient tablet shall guide you. However, the tablet is useless alone. You must find the other three of its kind. Yes! And let me give you the light orb. This is a really cool item, the light orb. Very, very helpful. Everyone has one. And when you leave your teammates behind, you can pop them in locations. You can warp to them. It's pretty sweet. When your party gets larger, the light orb will help you tremendously. Whenever you wish to visit a friend, cast your wish on the light orb and it shall come true. Sirius has unleashed Pandora's box. Oh, Okay. Ah, well. I know you have many questions, but that is all I can tell you right now. Thank you for your help, Ish. Now you must go. To the land of magic. Samson's curse. Let me send you to the one who can break Samson's curse. Thanks, man. Even the... I mean, especially the potato. Good luck, Johnny. That is definitely Pandora's box there, Ninzard. I am not going to open it. But if some people would like to, I'm pretty sure they can. Otrant! Right? Of Manarena? No? Okay. I guess not. Pandora's mystery box. Yes. If Arawn tells me so, then I will assist with all my powers. But why the child? Ah, that's why. What's going on in this scene? What are you confused about? We've got a little bit of exposition about what's going on in the world and what we need to do to stop the vicious ones returning. I'm Simone's Master Magician, Xeon. Welcome, Heroes of Marion. And then we're being sent down here. This is the person who has the strength to remove the curse from Samson. And the orb of light that you saw, that was Arawn's energy form, sending information and details to Xeon to support us. I am Samson. I am a beast. Now I will no longer take damage when I attack. We should trust Xeon. Yeah. Beijing! I mean, Arawn, the god of the world, well, basically the god of the world, told us it was fine. Sha! You're up, buddy. Remember, Master Xeon, my body. Hell yeah. Master Xeon, thank you. Look at me, Johnny. I'm sick. Can lift weights again. Now we can just rock out the, just get 200 on the bells. Let's go. Just gonna stay at an inn and he's just gonna pop him out and be like, 1003. Pretty excited? Nice. Don't know when we're opening the gyms out again over here. Arawn has instructed me to ready my people. We shall meet again. House workout mix and pound a power shake. Yeah. There we go. No longer purple. Pog champ. Pog champ. Look at the experience curve. Jesus. Okay. Was I meant to check this earlier, actually? I remember this bit. There's like a bunch of items down here. But yeah, I have been hanging out my ass in terms of like getting through these fights. Made it. Tempest Jewel. What's a Tempest Jewel do? Can't remember if it does something. This is the door that's locked, right? Yeah. And then somehow you can open that. I don't know how. Just remember there being a dude down here. All life, please do your part. F in the chat. Your Legion of War with good luck, thank you. Much appreciated. I have been to a Raun's Tower. It's pretty sweet. You do know that name. It might be somewhat familiar to you. No guarantees? The origins of a Raun. Simone Law. No one from Simone is allowed to leave without the leader's permission. Excuse me, can I leave? How about you give me a key to the chest downstairs? How about that? That'd be nice of you. If you did that, I might actually be able to get some items. I don't think I've actually ever opened that chest. I couldn't begin to tell you what was in there. Does anyone know? Anyone know what's in there? How's it going there, Arist? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Welcome to Camelot Month 3, where we play a shit ton of Camelot games and enjoy ourselves. Seems suspect. What, enjoying ourselves, or I'd love to continue my journey actually, Tar. I need Mage's potions out the wazoo, please. Give me all the Mage's potions! Ah, look at that money! Money! You got plenty of Mage's potions, love. Okay. Source of growth is experience, anywhere between 2,000 and 5,000 experience points. Obviously, I want the latter, or as close as, damn it. Statue of Gaia. Can I not get rid of that yet? Yeah, you need, when you get extra, your inventory, like your, well, I mean, there is storage actually back at home. There is storage around. Heavy mail. Hell yeah, dude. Another source of wisdom. Source of vitality, I believe, is the VP count itself. It's kind of weird. Like, who do I want my end party to be? Like, obviously, the John man, Percy, probably Domino, Lorelei, and Annie, I feel. I'm happy with that. Although having magic is nice. So hard to decide. So hard to decide. Samson solo, let's go. I mean, he's big enough now, right? He's given us the blessing of no curse. So he's going to run around and just knock people out. Just going to look at them funny. Crit! God. It's not SF2 Xeon, no, just the same name. Just the same name. Xeon's a little bit more hairy and a little bit more demonic than that guy. Specifically a lot more hairy and a bit bigger on the old arms. Oh, please. Yeah. Good old SF3 Xeon. It's good fun. What did you miss since 3 hours ago? I cleared the Tower of Arawn. The curse is lifted off of Big Man Samson. And I had a lot of trouble doing things. But now we're okay. Oh, come on. That was definitely super crit. That was definitely super crit, dude. I can do it. How many blue jumps do you want in the next boss? Do you want 3 or 4? Because I'll get it. 5? That wasn't on the table. I said 3 or 4. Come on. Yeah, and your move is deciding which of the 2 options you want. Don't overstep the mark. It's not your show, it's your move. Come on. 5 is right out. 3 is the number of the counting, and the number of the counting shall be 3. Well, he's not a father, though. He's brother. He's Brother Maynard. Brother Maynard! Bring the holy hand grenade of Antioch. Okay, this boss fight is bloody hard in the English version, by the way. This is bullshit. I'm going to be hanging. I won't lie to you. Where are my items at? Where are my vases? This is where the vases are really helpful, by the way. One there on Johnny. 2. Yeah, 2 on you. None on you. 2 on you. 1 on you. 44. That's just 4 and another 4. Hell yeah. The lambs and the sloths and the carp and anchovies and orangutans and breakfast cereals. Good ass film. Tempest, no, Tempest Jewel, Tornado Bars, Attack, Fire Drake. Actually, no, how is Titan? How stupid is that damage, dude? Hello, I am Big Titan. You can press the start button, by the way, to like turn it off so you can see. What are we gonna do, lads? What are we gonna do? Well, I mean, if you do that, yeah, and then I'll do this. Yeah, I'll use one of those. I've got a vase. Yeah, use that. Okay, then I'll summon the big man. Yeah, then I'll do ice again. Great. Are you done conferring back there? Yes, sir. Please. I'm getting the timing right. I know I am. You're right. Cheers for luck. Many people don't, Stuart, but I am not many people. I am a bit of a fanboy of Camelot Software Planning. I like this game a lot. It's very cool. We're no longer cursed. He was cursed before, that's why his name was Pink. There's the blue. Although we got guarded. But we got the blue jump. We got one. We got one. I feel good now that I feel vindicated that I got one blue jump. There's two. Three! Oh, he's going for the four! Oh no, he killed him! I was going for the four, dude! I was going for the fourth one. Oh. Oh, man. Shit. I killed them too quickly. What can I say? I'm just too good at the APS system now. It's funny how the system works when you know how it works. This game's so cool now. I'm so happy. Okay, there's your fourth jump, okay? Just wanted to give it to you there, alright? Now what I need is a group heal. Yeah. The damage is way too much for like where you are, but Samson cares not for your fours. I can't remember exactly where this particular cave is. Orc with a K. That's awkward. Hasn't the name Chad been through enough? Has it? No. No. Yeah, it's really cool, isn't it? It's a nice little detail. Right you are. You can always switch to the Nathans. Yeah. Such a Nath gamer. Or a Trav game. No, it doesn't work. Nath. Trav. Don't be such a Travis. Without Chad, we wouldn't have Chadley! That's true. A very important name. Don't forget Orc with a QUE. Big fan. Advisor Glade is trying to make peace with Bandor. He's pressuring the king to surrender, saying it's no use to resist Bandor. Yes. Oh yeah. You've been dragged into nothing, Nath. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're just fine. Alright? You're just fine. You're perfect just the way you are. After Chad was Lance. Oh, that's not at all a scary fight. This is actually our second run through here as well. We did this at the start of the day, and we're doing it now. Always come full circle. Hello, lads. Disagree. Oh, thanks. Uno. Dos. Only one strength. That is shit, Taunt. Oh wow, really? Are you kidding me? He has to be one step up. That is actual. And the encounter on the position I'm left. You have to be a little bit further into the line before you, so you don't fall off. That's very upsetting. Thank you so much, Annie. Yay, we win! We win! We won! They're gone! We don't get to die. Please let me get around the corner. Never mind. The beards on those lads. Some large beardage. Well, I mean, like, as I've said, like, the encounter rate is still too high, even with the. Again, I mentioned that like the biggest thing for me is that the APS system is wonky. But even then, like, understanding it doesn't fix the issues. It just doesn't make them as bad, you know. I still think that the encounter rate is way too high, and the fights are still too hard, or like too silly compared to how hard they should be. But for the resources you have, you know. But even then, like, it definitely feels nicer. Like, even though it's harder, the thing that I found was that, like, because I knew there was a system at play that I couldn't do, I didn't feel as engaged playing the game's system because I didn't know how to succeed at it. But again, like, now that I do know, even though it is still really silly hard, I enjoy it more. I enjoy getting bodied by the game more because the systems are working. God, Jesus. Oh yeah, yeah. This is the worst encounter rate. This is about up there, as I said. This is up there with Breath of Fire 2 Infinity. My description of it was that this has worse, like this has like a much worse potential, but Infinity is worse across the board. You know. Yeah, it really is a slog. Shining in the Darkness does have peace as well, yeah, which is very helpful. Height. Yes. Good. Let's hurry to the courtyard. Before we hurry to the courtyard, do you mind if I just go and check here? So there's loads of items the game's about to give me. Loads of like free stuff that I can check. Guiding branch, iron plates. There's like loads of chests in the castle, in Zalagoon Castle. That's not good, is it? The iron plate. Yeah, it's not as good. But yeah, there's like loads of stat up potions, like sources of strength and all that kind of stuff in all these locations. Can't check them just yet. I think you get them after you do the fight. This is like our first big fight against a vicious one. So this fight is... This is when the vicious one fights are really annoying. Like, this guy's got a lot of HP and he's super hard. Especially, again, in the English version because the VP's a lot higher. We can do it. The speedrun, obviously, is very difficult, but it... Yeah. Bandor! Glade. What makes you think Marion's royal family is no more? They did come here asking for help. Fortunately, you were wrong about them. Sir Bison, what? What's going on here? Yeah, they can. That's kind of like, again, for me, it was like, because I didn't get the combat system and it was like a lot slower, it feels a lot better now because I get it. But yeah, from what we've learned today and what we know, I'd recommend those of you who played it again to give it a go and see how you feel. Might be a bit more fun, kind of getting the tings and all that kind of stuff. We get to kill Jafar, don't worry. My lord, Sir Samson broke the curse that drained his strength. He can now prove that he is Marion's hero, Samson, by lifting the pillar. It's almost like you're not a goodie. You know about the curse? No one should be able to break that curse. Didn't sound at all. I don't need luck. I've got these two chunky arms. Easy. Well done, Samson. Thank you. Okay. Put that down. You did well, Prince. If everyone in Marion has half the conviction of your group, well, we should have no problem reclaiming the land. Where do you think you're going, Advisor Glade? I have a feeling that Glade might have been the imposter all along. I think we need to ask you a few questions, Advisor Glade. It's going well, thank you, Palmer. It's all over now. Now I become large and green. It is the Pickle Nation that will rise up. The chickens will perish. Swallows a small pill. He's transformed into a demon! Almost. He's a big sprite. There's the demon! Do you want me to tell you? Glade sold his soul to Lord Shootat. Now I must finish the work he started. Who is Johnny? Nothing personal. Nothing personnel, kid. Oh yeah, he's got 2 turns, isn't he? Yeah. Dude. Another double. This was not released in EU, to my knowledge. As usual. Nice, there it is. So he goes first, and he goes after Edward as well, so... Or anything else. You name it, it probably can't come here, really. All the big stuff did, I guess, like the Zeldas and what have you, but nothing else. Go away, son. You're not meant to be here. This is the UK. Yeah, basically, if in the attempt of the attack, you take damage, you just get an instant recovery without going groggy, yeah. It's a lot of grogginess. I think this guy's got like over 1,000 HP. I think he has like 1,200. So dealing like nowhere near enough. That's probably. I think that sounds like that's in the Japanese version, because again, this version has more HP than the regular, than the Japanese. That might be that version. It might not be. I'm just thinking that sounds a little bit low, but you're probably right. I'm doing it. Thank you. Thank you. Something actually happened in my favor. You have to be so focused, and these fights are long, so you have to kind of get the APS going for a long time. So. Double groggy at the back. Shit. I'm just not getting the inputs on the right hand side. I know I'm not. That could be a dead taunt. In all honesty, he only got 10 back. That's not good. That's a dead taunt. Oh, the guard, of course, the guard. This is really bad though. Our HP is so low. Should have healed Samson. Cheers, Samson. No idea. Can try it, I guess. $8.25. So yeah, it's about 1,200 then. Dead. Doing it. Thank you. Not enough HP. This is scary. Yeah, this is not great. Oh. Yeah, Miller, cheers for the host, dude. Oh dear, what a fight. Scary. We managed to get some clutch defends and some clutch crits in there, but yeah. Whew! But yeah, it's about if it's 825 VP, it's just over 1,000 VP in this. But yeah, that's a bit bullshit. It's been really good so far, buddy. It's been really, really good fun. I hope everyone's been having a great time watching it and getting involved with the games and having some fun. But imagine that without APS, yeah. As the sun began to shine upon me. Taunt just sleeping on the table. Legend. I want to be human. Woo ha ha! The light blesses you with victory. Absolutely. Yeah, but Taunt, as you see, hasn't got any lines because he's optional. But the rest of it's kind of like, hell yeah, we're going to be talking all the time. Quamdar. Look at that experience, just so much of it. Hot. You send me, because I am the character who has APS. The Greenheim continent. Just that. The ultimate aesthetic. The bandana. That's the ultimate aesthetic. This right here. Hot pink bandanas. On a Tuesday. Should at some point. Yeah, how was your stream today, Miller? Ring of Power, there it is. That's what I've been looking for. I also definitely should have done the before fights. You should always do like the ring glitch, where you like change the ring between people and get stat ups for everyone. Yeah, active playing system. As Arky said there. Awful problem shit. I mean, yeah, it is a problem, but now it works. It's less of a problem, I guess. Ew, it's a chamber pot. Why is it amongst the rest of them? Us. Hello. Just talk to us. I'm not sure where Miller is. Oh, there he is. A short MK8 stream. Well, it sounds like you had fun. That's the most important thing. Were you hanging out with your friends? Because that's cool. Awesome Poggers stream. I wouldn't say... yeah. But that's like, I don't know. That's way too modern and hip and down with the kids though, Reese. We have to be like, remember we're old and crotchety. We're old and crotchety. So if there's some kind of crotchety style thing... but yeah, welcome everyone to Camelot Month 3. As I say that, we've been going for almost 9 hours, so I am going to be bringing it to a halt now for the day. Depending on how fast I do that, tomorrow I should be able to kind of clean up the rest of this game in all honesty. If I go fast enough and far enough. I've got to go west over to Bandor, do that whole Bandor section. And then we get the boat and we can do the whole promoting thing. That's when you get Domino. We can probably go and get Percy, so we can do that tomorrow. And then continue, yeah. I've just been going 9 hours and I need to have some dinner because it's 6:45 and yeah. Yeah, it'll begin again, 8 to 10 hours is how I'm doing it and we're averaging around at 8:40, 9 hours. Is this 3 or 4? 3 or 4 watts, sorry. But yeah, Camelot Month, as I say, is a celebration of all things Camelot Software Planning and the games they do. The event is supporting me as a streamer, and I'm also donating a portion of the amount made to the Motor Neurone Disease Association. So, oh no, it's fine, mate. Do not worry. Yeah, it's just a charity that's close to my heart and all that kind of stuff. So, it's a very, very good charity helping those who deal with MND, which is known as ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. But yeah, if you're interested in supporting, you can either do that by, having a look at the incentives and sending along either a tip or some cheering, but of course hanging out and just being part of it and enjoying the games and communicating and talking and sharing the games, our love for what we like or what we don't like, and all that kind of stuff. We're on to day 9 out of, I don't know, a bunch. And we're almost halfway through the main schedule, which is pretty exciting. I think we've been doing pretty well overall. So there's that. Right. That's the kind of basic spiel. And yeah, I need to kind of keep up with that spiel as much as I can. But yeah, so I hope you guys have been enjoying it if you have been watching it and getting involved. I greatly appreciate it. It's been so much support. It's been lovely. The first week absolutely blew my nuts off. So yeah, one of those things. If you have missed any of the streams and you want to catch up with the VODs, you can go to my YouTube channel, where I need to make a command for this, where you can go to the there and you can see all of the previous VODs from the previous days. There is a playlist for them all, but all of the days have been posted up there. So if you want to go check those out, you can go and do that. Catch up with the streams you've missed and see the other games. The ones we have played so far are all darkened on the side. The ones that are lit up are the ones we haven't done yet. So we're making our way through. But yeah, that's basically that. That's the stuff. In the meantime, I'm going to call it a day on the recording. So thank you very much indeed for watching this one. Catch up tomorrow for the next day where we continue more Beyond the Beyond here at Camelot Month 3. So thank you very much for watching and catch you next time. Cheers.